Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our summit this month. My name is Hunter, and I am one of your hosts here at Power to Fly. We're so excited to have you. We have a full day of amazing speakers today. And just so you know, if you're looking to earn SHRM credits, you can do that. You can see the little code at the top of the screen there. If that means nothing to you, don't worry about it. Sit back, relax, and enjoy. So I'm going to kick us right off here. So welcome. To everyone here, I'm so excited to be one of the hosts here, and we're going to be exploring the vastness and experiences that encompasses the folks and the culture associated with Latinidad, as well as the different ways that Latin American heritage and culture influences everything from language and identity in the workplace. So we're going to have topics covering and ranging from bilingualism and the need for greater representation in the C-suites. And so we're going to get folks from that are your peers. You're going to be able to network with top companies and hear from leaders who have been in your shoes. So without further ado, I'm so excited to be chatting with Joshua Rosario King. Joshua and I got to say hello briefly in the green room here, and we're going to jump into this conversation. So a little bit about Joshua. They love giving back to the community. Joshua has worked in the LGBTQIA and BIPOC nonprofit communities in customer service, learning and development, training, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which we love all of that here at Power to Fly. So they're involved with revamping onboarding and conducting lunch and learns, and we call them chat and learns here. So we have some crossovers, and arrange and celebrate the cultural celebrations, lead information town halls, and work closely in the C-suites. So we're going to have so much to talk about here, Joshua. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Before we jump into questions, is there anything in your bio that I've fired off and missed that you'd like to touch on, or just kick us off? You're the first talk of the day. We get to set the tone. So how you doing today? And welcome.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here with the Power to Fly team again. I absolutely enjoy being a part of the topics that you all host. It's amazing. I feel it's very important. As for the bio, you did a great job. I mean, it could be a little bit longer, I guess, but I would just want to shorten everything into 1 to 3, 1 minute or less. So
yeah, exactly. What's your
elevator
tight 1
speech?
minute? Exactly,
Oh,
exactly.
perfect.
Well, so glad you're here. So let's jump right in. So we're going to talk about, the celebration of intersectionality. And so if you could set the tone for the day, like I was saying, could you just, for what that means to you, can you define what intersectionality means?
Yeah, absolutely. Surprisingly or not, it's something I've actually dealt with. I'm being raised in a interrace family that I had to deal with growing up for a period of time that I actually had to look into, and I didn't realize. To be completely honest, before I got into this field, I didn't realize how important it was.
Mm,
It was either growing up, it was either I was Puerto Rican or I was white, just by the base way I looked or my skin tone. And as
mm,
I grew older, I just realized how important it was for me to accept everything inside of me, not just the way that I look, not just my accent, not just the way that I sound, but I needed to accept everything from my mom's side and my father's side, everything that makes up every part of my DNA and coding. And once I've learned to do that, I realized how important it was for me to really encourage others to do
mm,
the same. Because some will say, yes, I love being a female, but I don't like my skin color, not realizing that they just chopped a piece of themselves off. One of the things I love to look at it is, does my mom love to do puzzles? So count me out of that, but she loves it. So, but one of the things, but it helps me really focus on intersectionality, because if you really picture a puzzle and every piece that goes in to make that whole puzzle, then you can realize, like, once the puzzle is complete, you have yourself, so to speak. So you put the
mm.
religion in there, you put the race in there, put the skin color, your background in there. Every piece of the puzzle makes up who you are. So as you grow and you move and learn more about it, you're able to really accept the you yourself, honestly. And that's where it has to start, and that's where it started for me, and why it's so important for me is because I had to learn to accept all of me and not just part of me.
Oh gosh, thank you for that. I love that so much, and I love the visual, this like personal identification with the puzzle that you brought in with your mother. It's so sweet because that's actually funny. Joshua and I were talking for a second in the green room. I was like, oh, my sister lives where you live. And they are actually obsessed with puzzles, like their kids and their adults. It's like a whole thing. So the synergy is happening here. And again, I'm like, cool, you do you. I will
Right.
read you a book. I don't like puzzles, but I think it's a beautiful idea. And I love that too, because it is like this, like, it takes a little bit of like mental power, right?
Yes.
Like you said, you needed to do some like research and investigating and then like putting it all together. And it can be like sometimes the pieces don't fit, even though maybe they fits over here. And I just
Yeah.
love that visual. That's really, really wonderful.
Yeah, it's just something it helps. I don't retain everything so easily. So I find the easiest way to retain, but also not just to retain it, but also to be able to regurgitate it. I can't speak today because I'm the first one this morning.
Good
But
morning.
but it's also it helped me in my learning development training as well, because it helped me be able to simplify it for others that may be in the same predicament as me or even less. And it also helps me have these conversations with younger generations like my nephews and things of that nature. So I try to simplify as much as possible.
Oh, that's really good. Yeah, I love that because it's easy to get swept up in like jargon and and
Yeah.
maybe there's also some like because we're talking about intersectionality, there might be like um like parts of like language and cultures that don't necessarily translate sometimes and like need translation. Whereas when you're talking in a more like general way, these like identifications that we can have and bring us closer together and help ourselves bring ourselves closer together as well.
Absolutely.
You mentioned some of your training, and I'd actually love to hear a little bit about that if you're willing to share. Just like, oh, when you're training, like, what does that look like, and how can people seek that out if they're interested in that?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, to be completely honest, I had a very hard time learning growing up, and a lot of teachers, I guess, didn't understand that I was more of a hands-on learner. And I guess most
Mm,
teachers don't take the test to figure out what type of learning there is within their students. I don't know the process, but when I was growing up, it was completely different. Not that I'm that old, but I'm just saying.
yeah, I think
um,
we're of that same generation where they're just like, we'll just kind of you figure it out.
right, and it took a lot for me to completely understand. When I actually did my first training, I bombed it. I'm not gonna lie to nobody. I bombed because I did what I was, what was basically what my environment creative. But as I, you know, got underneath people that knew what they were doing, I just
Mm,
continued to take and take from people and
mm,
continuously, just to realize that I have to once again simplify it to make sure that it comes down. So, and I also not only simplify, but I make it engaging. And also
mm,
on top of engaging, I make it fun, because I don't want to sit there and be in a room and have someone talk at me all day. And I take what the things that I don't like and I incorporate that in training, because I understand that there are some people that can do that talk phrase. There are people that need hands-on. There's a different variations of how people learn. And I basically, within my training, I basically incorporate all of that in one sitting so that everybody's included, because of course inclusion is very important. And honestly, if anyone's interested, my LinkedIn page is up. I'm in the process of updating it, but feel free to reach out, send me a private message. We can definitely discuss any type of the trainings. I have done unconscious bias. I have done lunch and learns around cultural events. I mean, you name it, I've probably done it without even realizing it. Definitely big on leadership training,
mm,
because I really feel that's where it starts. Definitely do a lot of C-suite training, because that's where the power is. That's where that's where you want the yes to come from, because it always starts from the top and trickles down. So I'm also an ERG leader. So it just also helps bring in those type of groups within companies that may not have them, because that gives the employees a voice to speak up and also protects them without retaliation.
Oh, that's awesome. I mean, you and I we could have a whole other 30-minute conversation just on ERGs and how important they
Yes.
are, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Call me. I'll come. I'll show up for that one too.
Yes, please bring Joshua back, everyone. Do you hear me, Power to Fly? Again, rather, bring them back again. So, so you did mention, you talked about the I in DE and I in B, which is inclusion, but it also, for our topic, can be intersectionality. So if you'd love to, I'd love to hear about, this is a large, broad question. If feel please pardon my broad questions, but we got 30 minutes. What are some of the intersections in the Latinx community, and maybe if you want to speak to like the ones that you have experience with versus the ones that you help like train and bring together?
Yeah, absolutely. So, like I said, I grew up in a very diverse household. I call my parents hippies, even though they're not. Um,
I think you and I have more in common by the second. I'm just like, what? You have hippies in New York. I had hippies in California.
yeah, I just say that because nobody understands where my family comes from. My father is from Puerto Rico.
Mhm.
His complexion can be misconstrued as African American because he has a very dark complexion. So that was extremely hard to grow up with.
Mm.
My mom is European and very mixed. We call her a mutt. But we gotta love him. So
I'm
with
sure
that
she
fact,
loves that.
oh, of course, she's the one who taught me the name. So, um, and growing up in that, I mean, I actually had to learn, like I said, intersectionality was something very new to me because it's not something that was thrown around growing up. You know, it's either,
Mm.
oh, you're mixed. They'll say the term mixed, or half breed, or they'll call these all these other types of names, but intersectionalities they'll never use. And part of that I have found within that it was gender. Of course, it was my sex, race, ethnicity, class, religion. And consider my mom was Methodist, my father was Catholic. That was already an issue there. So the list can go on. So I had a lot to comb through to really identify to put that piece of the put those pieces to the puzzle together,
Good
which
morning.
took a while.
Yeah.
Mind you, side note, I won't be the first one next time. But
We're going to do like a 30-minute green room session first to warm up, and we'll get all giggles out and do that. And
being personable is very important too. So that's why I love Power to Fly, because they make these conversations so personable,
yeah,
entertaining, and educating, and I
yeah,
love it.
yeah.
One of the things about intersectionality, though, just going back, is once you're able to identify where you're at and be able to realize them, and let's say open your lens. And once you open open your eyes or open the door, however you want to put it through, and you walk through it, now you have an obligation, because now you're recognizing the factor of what's inside of you and what's inside of everybody you come in contact with. And it's your obligation to make sure that you are honoring each and every part of that person as you meet them. Because you can't meet somebody and say, oh, well, nice to meet you, Hunter. I don't, it's nice to meet you, Hunter. And I can immediately assume that you're Caucasian by the assumption because I'm seeing you. But what happens to the rest of your identity? What happens
Right.
what happens to everything else that comes with you? Am I just talking to Hunter because you're Caucasian, or am I talking to you because you work for Power to Fly? There's a lot of things. So it's like, for me, I'm very mindful, which is another training I do is mindfulness, is because this takes place within that, just to basically help individuals accept all of the person and not just part of the person.
Yeah, because like you're saying, like there's so much, the old adage, right? Like the book and the cover, right? And there's so much unconscious bias that can just be firing automatically because that's just what's happened. That's what my brain is trying to do. It's like you said, it's putting pieces together of the puzzle, but it's missing a lot of the pieces because it's only going on maybe this tiny little corner of the puzzle, right?
Which is mixed in the bigger picture. Now you have a visual of how my puzzle used to end up.
Yeah. Yeah. So, so we are like talking about, I love that too. Like, we're talking about, why am I talking to this person? How am I showing up with this person based off of this limited information that I have? And so that can show up. We just touched on like unconscious bias. So that can show up as like privilege that sometimes shows up within intersectionality. And also there can be barriers depending on how you show up for people and how people are perceiving you based off these little things. So can you touch on, or rather these visual things, perhaps not little. So perhaps maybe you could share with us like maybe what some of those privileges and barriers are depending on who's showing up and who's on the other side of the table, perhaps.
Yeah, as for the who, I really can't speak to the who because it really depends on the environment you
Right.
walk into. But I can definitely speak to, as for a privilege, for me personally, I think intersectionality provides a lens through which we can examine the processes, practices, policies, and structures. So it
Wait.
basically,
Slow down. Say that again. There's some gold here, Joshua. I'm not going to let you just breeze through like the key points.
I told you I cheated a little bit, made myself a
I
cheat
was like,
sheet.
no, no,
So
no, no. You got to slow that down for me. Say that again.
absolutely. So it goes back to that lens factor because your
Yeah.
eyes are open. So it provides us the ability to just really just look through the lens that we can examine the processes of everything you're going through, whether you're in school, work, wherever your environment is. It allows you to really examine the processes, the
Mm-hmm.
practices,
Mm.
the policies, depending on where you're at,
Yeah.
and structures that
Yeah.
increase risks of people, employees, and students experiencing
Yes.
disadvantage or discrimination.
Yes. PPPS. It's
There
like
we go.
the end of a letter. PPPS. You got to look at these
PPPPS,
policies. These.
all of it.
Yeah.
Because I mean, sometimes, when I was working within my particular corporate America job, as one of the main things I looked at was the policies and procedures because that
Mm.
affects me as an individual.
Yes.
And if it affects me, I can only imagine that it's affecting my counterparts, or it's affecting my female counterparts, or it's gonna affect somebody else that I'm either close to, I'm related to, or friendship with, or have something to do with. And one of the main things of my personal mission is definitely to make sure that I advocate for those that may not have a voice, those that may be able to speak
Mm.
up, those that may be fearful of retaliation, those that may had a bad experience within a previous job that'll just sit there and just take the abuse or whatever it is at the time that they're dealing with. And I just don't feel that's fair. So of course, yeah, of course it just gives me that voice, that much encouragement to continue speaking up.
It's so important because if there's that, like you're saying, if there's that retaliation, then people, my experience at least, it too, and just like in any environment, you and I have very different experiences, but if I feel any sort of retaliation for speaking what is hard for me, I want to clam up, and I'm like, okay, now I'm just going to try to be invisible.
Yeah. You just shut down and just do what you need to do. And that brings me to the barrier aspect of your question. And it is that retaliation aspect, the uncomfortability, the shutting down, the showing up and just trying to be invisible. All those are considered barriers because now the individual no longer feels comfortable in their state, in their space, or their environment, wherever they are going, because they're not being fully acknowledged.
Yeah. Yeah. And then they, like you said, they just want to show up and do the work at hand and probably be quietly miserable.
Which I know a lot of people doing that now, unfortunately.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Unfortunately so. So what are some of the things that when you're training potentially folks that are on the higher ups, right? To be like, here's the things do not do. What do you tell them to do to help encourage folks? You mentioned ERGs. What are some of the other things that you do with some of the companies that to help create these safe spaces for folks to be able to speak freely and comfortably and share maybe something that is hard for somebody here, but is really important?
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually a great question. When I saw that one there, I was like, yes, let me just get going. But honestly, it's also the ability goes into promoting. If you want to talk about a work environment, and one of the main things that I tell the people that I work with, especially in C-suite, is first and foremost recognize the individual and all their identities.
Mm,
Because it's great to say, I see you, I see this, but you never understand if they say something else, they may have a negative connotation or something towards that. So recognize them. I'm not saying, of course we want to accept everyone where they're at, but I'm just saying recognize the individual identities.
mm,
Then after recognizing them, you want to start capturing the data to improve the intersectionality. You don't want to just sit there and recognize and say, okay, well, thanks. It's nice. Thanks having a conversation. I recognize that you have a full puzzle in you, but let's just pull out the data driven part of you. No,
yeah,
let's go ahead and work together and capture that data. However
yeah,
your company does that, let's capture the data to improve the intersectionality. Then after we capture it, you want to create a culture of acknowledgement and understanding. And that's, I think, the acknowledgement part is the most important thing here because you're not only acknowledging the individual. Once you acknowledge that individual, it's then going to just bleed down to the rest of the company, organization, school, wherever you're at.
mm,
One of the other things is capture the diversity thought. Intersectionality is really about diverse. We are all diverse within ourselves, considering everything that makes us up, our DNA marks, our race, our ethnicity, everything is. So you want to make sure you're capturing after you accept it all, just capture everything. And with that diversity thought of, okay, well, clearly there's someone in front of me that comes from a highly diverse background. What else do we need to do? What are the next steps? And this is not an overnight deal. There's companies out there that has over 5,000 employees. So this is not an overnight. This is progress, but at least this is going to show a company or someone or somewhere is taking the initiative that they want to change. And that's the most important thing, is that they want to change. Right. And then also help leader. One of my other things is it's great to talk about intersectionality. It's great to throw the word out there. But if you're in a room full of people, you don't know how many people actually know what intersectionality is. Mm-hmm. So help leaders understand what intersectionality is. Take a journey with them. Hold their hand if you have to. If the group is too big, break it down to like multiple meetings or multiple groups. Definitely, or what I say, lunch and learns. But definitely just break it down to make it a little bit more understanding for that particular leader, or do or send out an anonymous survey, because honestly, what I've learned in a leadership situation, most people aren't going to raise their hand and admit that they don't know what intersectionality is, in fear of not being made fun of, but just in fear of just looking bad in front of their colleagues. So send out an anonymous survey to help those particular leaders to see who really understood what you're presenting. And then maybe those who want additional help or additional understanding, create a whole separate thing for them and invite them to that training, meeting, lunch and learn, whatever that may be. And then, of course, continue to educate colleagues. Education is key here. Most of what I know was not taught to me. Most of what I know is basically Googling a word, Googling a topic, a lot of the trainings I did on LinkedIn Learning. They've helped a lot. Some of my mentors has helped me a lot, watching them deliver some of these heavy topics or hard topics sometimes. And anything that I learn, I either pass on or I create something to simplify it and then pass it on to my colleagues, my friends, my family. I make sure everyone stays in the loop, because if I believe in this or stand for this, I want to definitely, I don't pressure anybody, but I definitely encourage my circle to do the same.
Oh, I love that. That's so beautiful how you expand your circle, whether it's your work or your family or your friends, that it's all of you. It's that, going to go back to the theme here of the puzzle. It's like, there's your work life and there's your family life and your friends life. And you want to bring your whole self to all of those things, right? Because I think it's easy to compartmentalize, like, oh, at work, I show up like this. And of course we need to be professional, but that's different than like bottling up parts of our identity, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's one of the misconstrued societal curses that we actually deal with, is that I think people forget that we spend 8 hours of our day at work. That's the majority of our day. And we spend a lot of it with coworkers, bosses, leaders. If we show up stiff and sterile every day, that kind of defeats your personality and you as an individual. And it kind of makes you sit there and really rethink of who you are. And it can cause some conflict, because you're being this way at work, and then when you come home, you're being a completely different way. And it's like, well, how are you honoring yourself? How are you really including, anything of yourself or anything of that? The intersections, I like to call them, is how are you honoring any of those particular things in your life? You're denying a part of yourself, just of 8 hours a day of every day, just to be someone that I don't really feel most people are comfortable being.
Yeah, absolutely. And you were mentioned earlier about the importance of how to create these, environments where people feel safe. And you're talking about the, anonymous surveys is one thing you can do. And we had a comment from Linda in the chat here that said safety is number one. And there's very little organizations that center safety in their culture. Without safety, employees don't feel that they can't speak. Oops, sorry, I just moved. Can't speak up without consequences. So it's so important to here's someone's firsthand experience, that if they don't feel safe, the employees don't want to share, right?
Absolutely. And it's honestly, that is great. And thank you so much for bringing that up, Linda, because that is great, honestly, because that's one of the biggest things that I struggled with. And, one of the things is, and that's why the ERG groups are so important, whether it's committees, whether it's, the ERG group, however you want it to be. But I definitely agree. If you have an amount of people you trust, I would say start meeting with them first. If you have a manager or boss that you trust and know that has your back and really supports you, invite them to a meeting, and then just continue letting it grow from there, because then all you're able to do is definitely write a proposal, and that proposal include everything you feel is needed. And then like depend on the company. And of course, nowadays, because DEIBC is so important right now, most companies are not going to turn you away because unfortunately, there's a lot of companies that just want to check a box. And there's
Yeah.
other companies that actually want to make sure the change applies. So depending on where you're at and what company you're in, I mean, that really just, you have to feel it out and see what you're able to do. But definitely strength in numbers are definitely important. When I launched the DEI committee before, the ERG, when I launched the DI committee at my previous job, it wasn't so much as easy because we started in person and we had probably about 5 people, no leadership, management, and it made it complicated because we had no budget. We had nothing really to do. So of course it dissipated, it died basically, and then was relaunched. And then when it was relaunched, it was kind of more involved. So once it was more involved, because we had a little bit more of attention, we kind of shook the company a little bit. And then of course, the whole DEI flag started running. So they had no, I guess they didn't really have a choice but to say, hey, we're here and give us the support we needed.
Oh, that's so important. You know, we got another comment too about, and you mentioned too, like working with the C-suite folks, because they set the tone for how everyone is treated, and what you were just talking to for, and how we show up for each other is support and resources for these things like the ERGs. If there's no budget, there's, you know, like the companies need to provide these things. And a lot of them are, we have to teach them that's like, we need these resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and one of those main things is, I think that was probably the hardest challenge, which I took on gladly, was really getting the C-suite involved. Like having someone show up is great. Don't get me wrong. That is that you're planting a seed. But the bigger thing is besides just planting the seed, now you have to continue watering it. So the more that you actually invite them, the more that they come along, the more that you engage them, the more you have one-on-ones with whoever your C-suite sponsor is, the more they start to see the change. They start to see the value. They start to see the company needs in the DEI or whatever the group is that you decide to start. They start to see a lot of it. And then the more employees that show up, the more you're able to, I guess, get stand-in for it or support for it.
So we have just a couple minutes left here, Joshua. This has been so wonderful chatting with you. Before we wrap up, can you maybe share with us why and how intersectionality can be celebrated in in our lives and in the workplace?
Absolutely. Sorry if you hear background noises.
That's okay. We're all working from home,
right, all of us,
we do it.
It goes back. I see there was one like, what is professional? I'm sorry, I just kind of derail it because I see what is professional nowadays. I don't know.
It's a great question, Ronnie. Thank you.
Right, thanks, Ronnie, because everyone works from home, so everyone has a different definition for it. But if you are back at the office, I guess professional is just key to what the company wants it to be at that point. But as for celebrating, I just really think overall to celebrate it in a company aspect is really go back to those the points I mentioned earlier. It's not just for C-suites, for the entire company, but first and foremost, to celebrate at work, it has to be acknowledged. It definitely has to be acknowledged. Without the acknowledgement, you really can't get across the threshold there. It's nice for people to sit there and, like I said, mentioned earlier, throw the word around. But if people don't really know what that means, what it looks like, how to really teach or understand it, then you're going to be at a wall. So the best thing is acknowledgement. And from acknowledgement then becomes education. And then it gives you the ability to really open up that door for celebration. And a celebration can either be an event of somewhat of part of having employees speak up. Like you can reach out to employees if there's a DEI manager or leader in the company, have them reach out to employees to see who's able to speak up on the topic, who's experienced good experiences versus bad experience, really just tone in. I think the bigger thing is if within your company that you have someone speaking up for this particular topic, definitely utilize them and their group and their value, because the more you use internal value, the better the employees definitely feel, and they feel they're being heard.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Joshua. So this has been so great. Please come back again. We would love to have you back, as there's so many different roads we could take, and we could have 30-minute conversation about this, 30 conversation about that. Thank you for jumping in and kicking us off this morning about intersectionality. How can folks stay connected with you? You mentioned your LinkedIn. Is that the best way to reach out and continue the conversation?
Yeah, as of right now, LinkedIn would definitely be the best place. Again, it's Mix Joshua Rosario King. It's also on my profile, Power to Fly. Feel free to inbox me. I'm in the process of updating a lot of my information while I'm in transition, but that'd be the best way to contact me if anyone's interested in questions, further conversation, or any type of trainings, lunch and learns, or anything else I can assist with.
Beautiful. All right. Thank you, Joshua. Enjoy the
Thank
beach.
you so much.
Have fun.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hunter. Talk to you later.
I'll talk to you later. Thanks for being
Bye.
here. Okay, friends, so wonderful. Thank you so much for being here today. We're going to jump right into our next talk. We have so many great speakers today, and it is such a gift to be able to be a part of it. And I'm so glad that you are a part of it. And feel free, as you noticed, some questions were coming in the chat. This is interactive. If you have questions for our speakers and comments and experiences, please do drop them in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. So the next topic here is the diversity umbrella in the tech world. So DE&I and B is a dynamic concept that under the diversity umbrella that is constantly evolving and changing. With this in mind, how do we strive for DE&I and B when it's a moving target, particularly within the tech industry? Now, in this talk with developer and community program manager, Juliana Polsani, she'll discuss what it means to work towards a more inclusive tech industry from the inside out, from the work culture to the final product. So, and without further ado, and this conversation is moderated by our wonderful Virginia Buchani Hillman, who, excuse me, I think I mispronounced your middle name there. I'm sorry.
No, you did great.
Oh, okay, great. So it's going on a hope and a prayer sometimes with pronunciations. I'm doing my best. But thank you so much. I'll let you two kick it off so you have as much time possible.
Well, thank you so much. I always appreciate being part of this great community, Hunter, and Power to Fly. This is a very interesting topic, and I'm so glad to be here discussing this with Juliana. We had a great previous conversation in the green room. This is a very dynamic concept. We are talking about the umbrella that is constantly evolving and changing, right? There's tons of intersectionality in our communities that are diverse, but especially in our Latinidad, just how you can see me and Juliana. We're both proud Latinas through and through, but of some European descent, and we understand the responsibility, we understand the privilege, and also the leveraging of this privilege that we can do to facilitate betterment in our communities. So, Juliana, why don't we, try to jump right to it? I definitely want you to introduce yourself in your own words. I'm going to introduce myself first. Virginia Buccioni. I'm a DEIB facilitator, a speaker with Power to Fly, as well as a consultant of both topics. You can, definitely see some more of my work on LinkedIn. And I would love for you, Juliana, to introduce yourself in your own words.
Well, thank you for inviting me, first of all. Nice to meet you, Hunter. Nice to meet you again, Virginia. I'm Juliana. I am based in Buenos Aires, Argentina. I am actually, as you mentioned, a very mixed Latina. I am Italian, my mom's Colombian, and I live in Argentina. So that's how this intersectionality comes into place. But mostly also I am a mom. I am a single mom and proud of it as well. I studied engineering, and then I moved into data science. And then I actually wanted to use that towards how to help better technologies. So I did a human design experience specialization so that we could have more inclusive and accessible technology. That was like my goal. And to be able to know that and really work towards a better inclusive technology, I also did a specialization in human law and then intersectionality. So that's a little bit about myself.
Awesome. I love that. There's so much here to unpack and share with the world. So let's talk about our experiences. The way the conversation always goes, I love to ask questions, love to dig deeper, love to have these candid moments, aha moments, education, community. So talk to me about your experience as a Latina in the tech industry. Talk to me about the challenges that you have faced at work, and then what helped you move through them, and just, those lessons learned and those things that you do, that you apply every day to improve, right? Those lessons learned.
So I think that one of the important things to mention here is not only that I am a Latina, but I am a woman. These two concepts are very different, because already in the tech industry, the Hispanic community is around 8%. To add to that, I am a woman, which is like you're adding an extra baggage. And then I have an extra point to check, which I have a very rare disability. It's not visible, but I have a disability. So you start putting things together, and at the end of the day, it's really hard for you to get noticed when the first thing that here is asked is, well, who's going to take care of your child while you're working? That shouldn't be a question. That if I'm there in an interview or I'm working, somebody's taking care of my child. So why is it the first thing that we get asked? And it's very rooted in this culture, the way that we women are supposed to stay home and take care of our children, and that there is nothing else for us to do, or that we don't have the help around that maybe with our male partners or just ourselves, that we're able to do that. So just the culture itself is hard. But then as we were talking, being Latina in the Latino world, it's difficult, because this is where the umbrella comes in. There is not only one type of Latino. We're a diverse. As I said before, I am European, I am half Colombian, and I live in Argentina. Argentina is a country which was mostly based out of immigration after war immigration. So it's European immigration. So when you're asking an Argentinian, how do they feel? Most of them, maybe if they have to check a box, they wouldn't find it, because they look at themselves as white. And you don't see, but yet we're not, because we're not considered white. So that itself makes a struggle for us to fit in on a box. There is no box for us. And that is something that when we're talking about Latinidad, we need to understand it's a rainbow. Like all of us, humanity is a rainbow. We need to understand that there is not one type of person. 80% of the world population is from a different race, yet the majority of the tech industry is white male.
Or we have, there's the APAC community, the white community. There is other communities that also are not being represented as much, right? Especially in management. There's so much there to be said. I mean, unfortunately, I feel that that's why we're like, that was the beginning of the movement of DEI, where we all had it was your standard, your ERGs or affinity groups, which was one community or the other. And we are so much more than that, right? We were just talking about how, there is Latinas that look like us. And also we're trying to break the stereotype in our own community, right? We're trying to break the stereotype in the American tech industry. We're trying to also provide bridging, a bridge to like both these worlds to come together and educate those around us. So there's so much to be said there. And then you said something about, also like the disabled community, like the, neurodiverse community, better said. And, not every neurodiverse, issue or condition is visible. And so we also have to be mindful of those. We have to make sure that, we elevate that as an opportunity for growth. And we don't elevate that as an opportunity for to take 2 steps back. I think that, personally, we have had similar struggles. We talk about like South Americans, we have been told all our lives that we're, especially Chileans and Argentinians like ourselves, we've been told all our lives like to be we're white, and then we come to this country and we're not, and then we don't belong there or here, and it becomes a hodgepodge. So this is something definitely that we could apply in tech, right? Like intersectionality, no cookie cutter, one size fits all. Got to understand your audience, got to understand that we have 3 or 4 or 5 identities, and we have to elevate them. We have to advocate for them. We have to educate leadership for them. We have to also make sure that we do this strong allyship, right? Where we create that buy-in and that education and that conversation. And this is why these talks are so important. But
and it's important, what you just mentioned, it's important not to educate, but whoever is leading this conversation needs to create trust that what they're saying is what they're doing as well. Yep. Technology today, I mean, we live in a world where now technology helps most of our daily life, but technology industry, however, is the less inclusive industry today. So how is it possible that we are creating technology, but we're not being true to the reality of our society today? Well, and that's the important thing. That's the important thing about allyship in the tech industry that I think it's what needs to be highlighted. You need to know that the user, when we talk about the user experience, it's not one user. It's not the white cisgender male. It's an array of users. And once you fix one problem, it's going to be a domino effect. One problem that you're fixing for one user, it's going to help a bunch of users more. And that's the beauty about technology. You need to be open about what you're putting out there, because you're putting it out there for the world, and the world is diverse.
Right. Always saying that a great diverse product has to mirror our workforce, because, we all know what happened with the beginning of like voice recognition and face ID. You have to have people there. And this talks about how like there's tons of people that are like in our communities that want to join tech, but they don't get past a certain point, right? Because they're non-traditional background, they should be elevated just as much as traditional backgrounds, because there's something that doesn't go through on the next step of the interview. And this is why I'm going to ask you this twofold question that is so important. With your intersectionality, what does the term diversity umbrella mean to you, and how do you define allyship?
So the diversity umbrella for me, it's especially for us that we're Latinos, it's important because, like I said, diversity is not just, normally when we're talking about diversity lately, we see a lot about gender, race, and maybe disability. But under those, there are a bunch of other things that you need to consider. You need to consider if the disability is visible or invisible. If the gender, what about the LGBTQ community? The race, I mean, there is not only the African Americans, the Latino, and then the Asians, because in between you have people that are mixed and we don't find a box to check.
Right.
Then there is, I mean, when you start putting things together, you understand that 2 + 2 is not 4. Right. It's, for me, that's something really important to understand how I move. 2 + 2 is not 4. 2 + 2 is 4 if that's what you want to think. If you don't think that when the women were fighting for the equal rights, they were asking the women of color to wait for their turn, because they were fighting one battle. But that battle was for one type of women. Today is more likely than a white woman will get a job rather than a male of color. Those statistics are very important for us to understand, that if we don't start thinking about how to fix the problems from the root, which is not everyone is the same, and we need to think about inclusion as not, I mean, the umbrella has all of this together, and whoever is carrying that umbrella needs to take into consideration all of this matters. So that for me is the umbrella, and it's going to be continually evolving. It's going to change. It's going to be, I mean, today maybe we're more likely to see the transgender community, the queer community. A couple of years ago, that wasn't even public almost, or as there wasn't that awareness. But today, luckily, there is a space for that. And we need to consider that. We need to consider what we're putting out there, because 10% of the world's population is part of the LGBTQ community. Mm-hmm. And I mean, there is still some facial recognitions that are not aligned to that, or technologies that that are gender based as well. So those are things that we need to put into consideration when we talk about that umbrella. And allyship is actually working towards what you have and what you can contribute to that other person that is not the same. So I'm a woman, I want to work with men as well, but I want to work not only with men, I want to work with different genders, different races, different religions. Religion is a big important thing that's overlooked completely, but that also changes the way we perceive our world. So we need to start working together, and that is allyship. Allyship is, like I said before, trust, knowing, recognizing the gaps that we're living right now, and then working with those marginalized, I'll put it in comments because it's being marginalized, but it's being very much an awareness for a long time. It's just that these different marginalized groups are not being taken into consideration.
Right. And I think that, like, you know, like something that we started using like in the like United States with the DIB movement is, you know, underrepresented. Like, I think that, you know, we're underrepresented. Like, if you look at, I don't know if you saw that meme with the Apple leadership and they like take their pride on being diverse. It's like, that's underrepresentation, and that's where we need to be. And I'm so glad that you're bringing that, because we are, I think that globally, right? Because we're no longer just like, the conversation is global now, right? With the COVID, everything is remote. We're seeing people like, you know, hire teams that are near short in that time, especially. And we just did great things like, you know, bisexual visibility that was elevated recently, and that was awesome that I saw much more of it in media. The president of Chile is openly bisexual, and that's amazing because he's bringing that conversation into LATAM in those spaces and educating, and the pronoun usage, right? You know, they and them, ellas, right? Like being that type of conversation that we need to include with our community and intersectionality. You bridge
and
the
it's important. I'm sorry, and it's important. I think that in this, not only in this industry, but in this moment of where we're at, to see representation. It's important to see representation. It's like you just mentioned the president. I think that one of the most important things that we lacked and we're working for right now is that representation. We grew up with no, I mean, I didn't have a mentor to look after, you know, when I was going into this industry. I was trying to, you know, find my way. I want to be that role model, maybe that other girls looked up to and see, you know, there is a multiracial woman that's working in the tech industry, and maybe I can go into there too. We learn, I mean, I want to mention this because I think it's important. The whole problem about the Little Mermaid that we're going, like the new Little Mermaid.
Oh,
so this is where we stand right now. The older generation were saying, how is it that the real mermaid wasn't black? It doesn't exist. Well, you see the girls, they feel represented, and the girls were the happiest ones to see that. And that's the generational gap. We need to work towards a better future.
Yeah.
Because it's sad to say this, but the past, it's harder to change.
Oh yeah. And you know what's funny is that, like, it's not funny, it's real. We bridge and improve that movement by occupying space, by having these conversations, and by creating awareness. And you totally bridge to the next conversation, which is, I'm so glad we're in the same train here. You know, this is definitely an ever evolving, you know, moving target as the conversation this conversation is titled, how have concepts under the diversity umbrella evolved and changed over time, and how will they continue to change? Let's talk about the ever involvement, the improvement.
So, I mean, it's important, like I said before, there were a lot of maybe names that weren't open, and there wasn't a lot of awareness on, for example, the importance of working towards an inclusive technology. A couple of years ago, we started having the emojis with different colors, and that's a big jump. So it's not that there is an awareness, there was an awareness, but it wasn't talked about. I think that the more, as I said, the more representation that we have, the more representation we see, the more role models we see there, and the more we talk about, the more people are going to recognize the problem and start working towards fixing it. So, for example, now there are problems still in facial recognitions that you don't see, like they don't recognize people of color. So you start, once it's difficult for you to fix. They say that adding inclusion or accessibility towards technology is expensive or it's difficult. It's not if you start from zero with that. If you have to fix it, yes, it takes longer. But once you start accepting the fact that if you think as the user, not one user, but as like all of the spectrum of users that we have, like that we are, not that we all are different, so we need to start thinking about that. Everything's going to be just easier. And also start listening to the diverse opinions that are out there for you to put a better service. Because if you don't, then you're just going to stick up to whatever you had before. And then just by adding accessibility, by adding diversity, by being more inclusive, the revenue, like business-wise, the revenue is going to be better.
You know, it's funny that you hit the nail, because I that's what I do, right? Like, so I come into companies, set the diversity and recruiting strategy. I'm a recruiter. And one of the biggest things that it's such a simple concept, but yet it blows the mind of the clients I have. And like, you know, so we're talking about any size of startup. Recently was a thing. It's go back to the basics. If you would have hired an intersectional diversity, fully and truly diverse, not just like, you know, identity, race, like we're talking about neurodiversity, all of the above, you would have never had this problem that you're having right now. You would have had, like you said, like the voice ID, like the voice and the face ID. You would have not been having all the issues that you're hiring me to come in, like untangle and undo. So that's why it's so important for people to tune into this conversation and to hire and to empower those voices in your company, so they can raise their hand when they see a problem starting, and they can start fixing it as they come, and not wait or intimidate your workforce, right? Like there's things out there that they're notorious for doing this. It's don't silence the voices, right? Because if you have that person in the room that can fix the problem from the get-go, be comfortable raising their hand, be proactive to fix things because they're happy in what they do, you're going to have an ever-evolving, ever-moving and proper group that is going to create a movement, which is empowerment and true equity, right? What would we not, allies or people like us that are, you know, champions of our community, what would we not want more than not ever having to provide these talks? Because that's known, it's normal, it's standard, and that's what we do. So I'm so glad.
And it's important to listen. I mean, you need to listen. The allyship is about listening, it's about supporting, and it's about really showing that you care, but truly, like it doesn't have to be just for paper. The end result is going to show. The end result is going to show. And something that has happened to me throughout my career, I say, is that sometimes they think that a diverse culture means that they're creating diversity for like within the company, but they're always put it in the. It's funny to me say is that sometimes I say, okay, so what is the percentage of the women that you have in your company? Well, there are a lot. Most women in the accountability or human resources are women, and I'm like, what about the technical team? Well, we're 5 people and there's 1 woman, and I'm like, maybe like it's not a diverse culture if
No.
the women are in
a non-tech and
in a non-tech part of the company. That's not being inclusive. That's not being diverse. And I think that is something that needs to really be highlighted.
Right.
Because right now, the biggest problem in the tech industry, I think, is that women are leaving because of the culture in where they are. And if the culture is not changed, then this is going to continue on and on.
Right.
It needs to change from, like, as you said, from the root. The culture needs to be real. The diversity culture needs to be all over, from what you're saying to your employees to what the product that you're putting out there.
And we're talking about cost. Let's talk about the effect. This is cost that we just talked. The effect is, so listening, then there is reacting and doing and improving, right? So we just talk across. This is the effect. The effect of just not hiring is retaining, holding space and community, elevating the voices, right? There's creating specific goals for growth and empowerment, right? Especially for those of the non-traditional communities or those of neurodiverse folks too. It's not just bringing the folks in hiring, it's empowerment, tailoring goals, mentorship. A ton of them want mentorship. And you're talking about that.
I am a proud mentor, and I tell you, and it's incredible. Sometimes we don't realize that how much help you can leverage from mentoring, because you don't know, men and women, they're all, sometimes you would think that mentorship or these like circles might be only for women. Men are also looking for that safe space,
right?
But they never, maybe because of society, they didn't feel as if they were welcome, or it wasn't a space for men. This is like a problem that you can see all over. It's not just that, I mean, it's mostly gender based, but it's intersectionality based. You need to listen. You need to see what the problem is out there. You need to see what the culture is. You need to fix that culture. You need to, yes.
Awesome. No, and I think fixing culture is great, and you hit the nail, and I love that. But this is a great question that we have to talk about to wrap it up. Let's talk about lessons learned, because we talked so much about like just the movement and the knowledge and stuff. Let's bring it to the main point here. How can the tech world continually adapt to the evolution of concepts and goals under the diversity umbrella that we talked about, particularly the goals of allyship that we just talked about, and gender inclusion, which we also covered?
So as I mentioned, one of the important things right now is to recognize that there is an exclusion. Once you recognize that, it's easier to recognize the inequalities that we're working with and help the culture to learn from diversity, and then solve one problem that maybe helps other problems. Like, I'm going to give like a very small example of accessibility and inclusion, which is sometimes when you create, for example, you're fixing a problem for someone that might have a mobile disability. So maybe that person doesn't have a hand, but then you're working with that can help with somebody that maybe has a broken arm. It's not going to be forever, but that person needs that help, right? And then you're adding another tire there. Women who carry children and they can only use one hand. See?
That's why you learn the main thing and you apply it to different situations.
And you apply. So if you learn from, like, if you recognize that there's a problem and you see what is out there, and you try to fix maybe one problem, you'll figure out that problem might help an array of other users, an array of other problems that maybe wasn't there to think about before.
Yeah.
And I think that's the beauty about working in a tech industry, is that once you realize how you can apply those inclusion and diversity problems that you're looking at, then you can apply them for the whole rainbow.
Yes, I love how we brought it to this main point. Now we created the energy. Now we planted the seed in people's minds. Thank you, Juliana. This has been so valuable. Thanks for holding community with me. And thanks everyone for
Thank
tuning
you.
in.
Thank you for inviting me. I love being part of this summit, and thank you. I hope to see you again.
You
Thank you,
will.
Juliana. Yes, we
All
absolutely
right.
hope to have you back. Thank you so much for that. So many powerful golden nuggets. As someone said, you were dropping gold nuggets left and right. I completely agree. Let's bring Juliana back. Have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much.
Bye. Thank you.
Virginia,
Bye.
I'm going to keep you here because you are also moderating the next chat, which I'm so happy to introduce. We're going to have a conversation, continue the conversation about intersectionality and the approach as it pertains to DE and I and B. So this is an amazing speaker and just a whole day of amazing speakers. So we have, Mandy Singara. She is an award-winning philanthropist. Thank you. Consultant and global campaigner, often referred to a global catalyst, as well as being an international human rights activist, motivational TEDx speaker from the UK. You can find that on YouTube. And Mandy has traveled all over the world, empowering and motivating others with over 3 decades of experience. Mandy is an expert in various development-related fields. She has been driving innovation, building strategic partnerships, promoting advocacy, and programming in the areas of human rights, gender equality, accountability, and social justice across the globe. So without further ado, Mandy and Virginia, enjoy your talk. Thank you so much for being here.
Well, thank you so much. Mandy, I don't think that words can describe the honor that it is to have you today. I mean, I am wowed, and I'm so glad that there's people like you in the world that is creating this movement and putting us all on the map. To continue this intersectionality conversation, bridge it over to what the wonderful talk we just had with Juliana. Let's talk about the I in DEIB. It does not just stand for intersectionality, but it is just as important. How can we make our workplaces intersectional, not just diverse? What is the difference, right? We're going to definitely have this great talk with you. We're going to learn a lot about the intersectional approaches to DEIB strategies, implicit bias, and allyship in the workplace. Mandy, welcome again. So glad to have you here. To start off.
Thank you.
Thank
you so much.
Yeah, no, pleasure is mine. Let's start off with a great question here. Intersectionality is a term that gets thrown around a lot. How would you define it with your walk of life?
Okay, so to me, as a woman of color who is a woman who is from Indian descent in the UK, I have 2 labels that I identify myself with, but there's lots of people that have disabilities. There's people that may have a different gender. There's people that may feel economically disadvantaged. So actually, to me, intersectionality is around when you're kind of facing discrimination or barriers to progress and smash that glass ceiling. And it's about how do we address those. And for me, I think over the last 30-something years, I've seen a lot of things, lots of new terms come along and lots of things always changing. But the thing is, people face discrimination on multiple areas in their life. And sometimes people don't know how to deal with that. So for instance, in the workplace, sometimes a woman might feel like, oh, she's been not being promoted because of her race, but actually it could have been because of her gender. It could be that actually because of her sexuality and her disability. So it's about looking at it as a whole and not individually. So those are the sort of things. And it was created by Crimley, who was in America, who kind of looked at Black feminists and then looked at the Black men and looking at actually the white feminists didn't represent the Black women, and then the men didn't, the Afro-Caribbean men didn't always represent the diversity. So I think then that's where it kind of came from many, many years ago now.
Right. And I think that I love what you just said about how intersectionality is when you're facing a barrier to progress and how to address this, for empowerment in order to break the glass ceiling. So it's a whole process, it's movement, it's something that we all strive to do. I want to ask you about the strategic part of this, because I know a lot of people here in the room that we're holding this community conversation at, we all want to just cost energy to make a difference. We all want to, be able to take these learnings and apply them to our life. What is the difference between a DEI-based strategy that isn't intersectional and one that is? Because this is such an important topic. We got to think about it in different groups, and we got to think about it as a tailored approach, not one size fits all, and putting people in a box, right? So how could you answer that question?
Okay, so I want to sort of touch about this before. So if we just think about gender equality, women have been paid an awful lot less than men. In the UK, women have been paid 23.4% less than men. We've seen through the pandemic, and the World Economic Forum has said that it's going to take over 130 years before we get equality. So as we know in America, that actually Afro-Caribbean women are paid less. And then we realized that Latino women are paid even less than the Black women and the white women. So when we're talking about equality and we're looking equal pay for equal, fair pay for the same job, we need to look at those barriers, and we need to look at challenging our practices and our policies. We need to be looking at being an ally in the workplace. And I've seen this for the last 30 odd years, where people want to bring people in to come and speak. And I'll give you a really good example. Sometimes people will say to me, oh, Mandy, I'm going to invite so-and-so to the UN, but actually they don't want to pay them, not just the UN, but other organizations as well, but not want to pay people for their expertise and their knowledge or for their time. And I always have to try and say to people, time is money. And sometimes people will say, oh, I'm just grateful to be here. I'm just grateful to have a seat at the table. And I say to them, yes, that's great to be here and have that platform and to be represented and to be having your voice and having your say. But you also need to value yourself and you need to respect yourself. And it's really important that we all occupy those spaces and make sure everyone has a seat at the table. And if they have got the same knowledge, that they are treated fairly. And just because they come from a different group or they have a disability or a different gender does not mean that they get excluded, because it's about inclusion for me.
Right. And there's so many, we just talked about there's visible and non-visible aspects to our intersectionality, and you hit it in the nail there, right? We have to occupy space as people of the different communities. Then we have to, by occupying the space, creating a movement of education around us, facilitate. There's always mentorship. You'll be surprised, folks in the audience, how many people want to be mentors for this to be changed. And I love that you talked about the impact, women having paid a lot less than men and the impact of the pandemic. There is the study that you referred to. There is a McKinsey study that talked about it as well, how it's going to take beyond 100 years. And we have to look at these barriers and barriers and challenges, and starts at work, starts civically as well with, who we choose politically, the organizations that we're part on, like this one that is wonderful and creates a true movement. This next question is super interesting, and I just love to ask you. Intersectionality recognizes the differences in people's experiences and identities, right? As allies, how can we be curious about these differences without exoticizing or othering people?
Yeah. So I think, that's a really good question, by the way. And for me, it's about knowing about my privilege. So I'll give you an example. I've been a campaigner for people with disabilities for over 3 decades. I don't have a disability, but for me, it wasn't just about being a mentor. It was about being a sponsor and giving people a real opportunity and making sure that they had a seat at that table. So for me, even though I might face discrimination and barriers, but I also know about the privilege and the opportunities and things that I've had. So it's about paying it forward. I've been incredibly blessed and grateful that things have moved forward for me and things have come, full circle, that I've been able to be represented at different tables. But what I would say, it's not just about saying I'm going to be an ally or just doing that. This is about really challenging practices. This is about asking your employer to create networks for people, for diversity, for people with say disabilities, or the Gen Z, or whatever group that it is, a women's network. But one of the things I will say to you, and I was saying to somebody in Davos more recently, was around allowing people to bring their authentic self to the table, to bring their self to the workplace. Now, if I came to work and I spent all my time hiding my disability, for instance, or hiding my sexuality, or not being proud of my gender, and I'm just worried that, oh my God, if I tell people I'm Indian or I'm from the global South, you know, are they going to accept me? Will they want to be my friend? Will they like me? And all that energy that I'm wasting on that what if, then I'm not being productive. So as employers, if we create a place where it's safe to be yourself and be proud of the diversity, we know, and we've seen research where there is diverse workforces, those organizations thrive. People have a happy workforce, people are more productive, and you get more for your dollar. So it's really important that we address those issues and actually create a culture of people bringing their whole authentic self to the table.
I love what you said. And like, we have 2 questions, but I definitely want to touch points on this. There is a very interesting study that actually want to share. 37% of people who leave tech do so because they felt unfairly treated. And you hit the nail. 57% of tech leavers would have stated their workplace address their concerns and create a more inclusive culture, right? So we're talking about, you know, what can we do? You just said that, calling it out, right? So number one, as the intersectional groups, we got to show up as our authentic selves, because that takes for our productivity, which is also important at work, right? We got to do the best work possible, be our best selves. But instead of wasting our energy hiding, we can use it towards like creating and doing the best work ever. Gotta be authentic, and these companies have to like create that movement for us and facilitating. We cannot hiding, we must occupy space. You know, the things that employers can do, or people or allies can do at work, the workplace, is also calling it out. If you see that like you have a predominantly male cis white audience in your interview panels, call it out, bring someone else. If you have to step out to facilitate someone to be in that panel, to be of color, do it. If you don't see an ERG group that is represented, call it. Invite people from other groups to speak cross-sectionally, because that's super important. We have questions in the audience that I definitely want to tackle here, and it's super important. How do we address issues between different women of color related to solidarity? It's so important amongst all groups without crashing ethnic and cultural specific experiences. Wow, what a great question.
I mean, you know what a fabulous question. Do you know what? It's very difficult for women in the workplace already. It is so hard for us to try and get a space and trying to navigate and get a seat to be represented, to be paid equally. And one of the things that I always say, and I, you know, often say this to other women who have made it in their career, why are you not helping other people? And they'll say to me, oh, well, it was really hard for me. It was really difficult to get that, you know, this job. I worked hard night and day. So I said, if you know the challenges, you know the discrimination, you know about the barriers that we faced. So why are you doing that yourself? And, you know, for me, I'm not threatened by younger talent. I'm not going to be scared that you have different skills to me, Virginia, because we all bring something to the table. And you know what? We can all make it. And I always believe in being a she for she, and not just like having a he for she. Actually, we all need to be sisters together, and we need to create opportunities. And one of the things that people always say to me, oh God, you know, why do you always give other people opportunities? And do you know what I say to them? My glass is so overfull. I have to keep paying it forward. So new experiences come to me. And for me, you know what? I always believe in like creating real opportunities and not just saying things. And I'll give you an example. Sometimes, you know, I get invited to do talks, and sometimes I can't be in 2 or 3 places at once. So like if I'm in New York and I get invited to go to Brussels or go to Paris to do a talk, I'm not going to fly back 10 hours to go and do a talk. If somebody's in the area, in that country, I know somebody else, give them that seat, give them that exposure, give them that opportunity. And people will say to me, oh, Mandy, but you're giving away your contacts, you're giving away your connections. And you know what I say? Do you know what? My relationship with Virginia is going to be different to what Hunter's is going to be. And because actually we all can make it. We don't own people, and people will make their own relationships with people. So we need to let go of that fear.
Yep.
That's
Honestly, It's all about fear. I mean, I had that. I had imposter syndrome and I had fear. I'm a woman with an accent, as you can hear it. And I had fear my whole life to talk and get in front and advocate. I was silent. And I think that once I had someone like you, like a very powerful woman that was a speaker, give me a hand and give me her talks, and she couldn't do it, like you said, passing the baton, I got to where I'm at, and I owe her everything that I am. And she's my best friend. And it was because I shamelessly told her that I would buy her dinner if she just unloaded her secrets and empowered me, and she took me in her way. So, I mean, you can make a difference. And then also those seeking mentorship, you would be surprised, because I have like 5 mentees at the time that I empower in the same way. Yeah. You talk about how we are not intimidated by each other, right? We're different generations here. So important, because the earlier generations and the newer generations, we can learn from each other. Let's look at it. You broke a barrier so I can talk here, and I thank you for that, right? I'm a millennial. And then Gen Zers are empowering me, like the women that we're seeing in Iran, taking their mandatory, head wraps and cutting their hair. We just had an athletic event earlier today when an Iranian athlete performed with a ponytail. And that woman right there this morning inspired me not to be fearful. And she's of the Gen Z. This is younger generation. So we all have something to learn from each other, to empower one another. And that's just beautiful. I'm so thankful you said that. We got to open doors for each other too. That's our role. Once we make it, open the door, mentor, bring someone to the workplace.
As a woman, like I always say to people, send the elevator back down, bring the next generation up behind you, because if you don't, you're going to leave talent behind you. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, we were talking about unconscious biases in tech, and they were like, oh, but how can they be there? I said, you know why they're there? It's because we don't have representation in those rooms where the things are being created. So actually, if we've got middle-aged white men in Silicon Valley putting the data in, and that's great. But if you don't have somebody with a disability there, not able to tell you about their challenges, or a Latino woman telling you about her barriers and her challenges, or an Afro-American person, or a gay Asian person, or whatever somebody is, we need that diversity. And we have seen this where tech has made some real mistakes. There was a camera company where they had this really clever thing that it wouldn't take photographs if your eyes weren't open, because trust me, my photos are closed, But actually, there were people from China and North Korea and places where their eyes were slightly small. The camera wouldn't take photographs. So that was because the people that created it hadn't thought about its audience. So again, it's those little things that we don't think about, and we think, oh wow, this isn't like this is how this is working. And it's so important that we have these conversations.
Send the elevator back down. I'm going to quote that. This is something we all have to learn, everyone in here. So Sulan Rubalkova has a great question that is tied to my next one. So I'm going to do a twofold question here. How do you advocate for DIB in the workforce without backfiring, right? This happens often as she continues to experience this. And this has a lot to do with the next question, which was about intersectional approach tackling implicit bias. So how could you explain these two things? Number one, advocating fearlessly, and then, tackling that implicit bias. These two go together so well. I would love your insights.
Okay, so as a woman of diversity, as a woman of color, I'm very proud of who I am, and I'm not ashamed of being a 50-something-year-old Asian woman. I own my flaws. I'm happy with who I am, and for me, it's important that I show other women and be proud of this, because it comes back to my earlier point, where people are not authentic and they're pretending to be something they're not. The imposter syndrome, because they want to fit in, they want to be liked. They sometimes will hide their culture. I'm proud of my heritage. I'm very proud of my culture because it brings a lot of, I speak different languages, I bring different skills. And sometimes I always say to the next generation, be proud of who you are. Don't lose who you are just to fit into a room, because actually you are very replaceable. But if you bring your authentic self to the table and people see you, then trust me, that is the secret to success. And I always say that to people. And I think, I don't believe in looking down at anyone unless I'm pulling them up. And I'm known as a woman lifting the next generation off the sticky floor by addressing the social economic barriers facing the next generation. And for me, it's not just about being a mentor or an ally. It really is about showcasing the next generation and younger women. And I have women sometimes say to me, oh, but like so-and-so so much prettier than you. And I said, yeah, well, that's fine, because I'm not standing for Miss World. I'm talking about human rights. I'm talking about violations. I'm talking about abuse. So you know what? It's not a beauty contest, and I'm not standing for this. And it's just about tackling people's insecurities by having an honest conversation and saying to them, look, be proud of who you are, be authentic, be genuine, don't hide who you are.
Right. I mean, I think that if it doesn't make you uncomfortable, it won't change you. And the other thing is, I did this in a podcast, the same question, and it was about the number one thing that people like, that people like to do is to be heard, right? You want to learn, but you want to be heard. So I think that listening to those that have the curiosity, listening to those that want to learn more about our community, and being able to gap those bridges right there by their curiosity and answering their questions and helping them out helps. Also with our community, you hit it in the nail. It's not a beauty contest. It's not a competition either. It's sisterhood. You gotta be happy with your earnings. As we age is an earning. Road travel is an earning. Life experiences, heritage. That's a medicine to imposter syndrome. It's a gift that keeps on giving. Cannot look down, gotta pull up, and showcasing versus mentorship. I love that. How does intersectionality create an environment where we can bring our authentic self to work? So basically, you already talked about this, but let's take it one notch further. How can we use that to leverage that race? How can we do that to advocate to open a new ERG? How can we advocate that by calling out the lack of, representation in the new additions to the team? How can we actually do this and apply it for change?
Yeah. So I think, it's about recognizing microaggressions in the workplace. This is about, I'll say something to you, I don't have a problem with Latinos. I have a friend who's a Latino. I like gay people. I have a friend that's gay. Can I touch your hair? I've never felt Afro-Caribbean hair before. These things are not, and it's like a little mosquito that keeps coming at you. Sometimes it doesn't bother you the first time, but when it keeps biting you and it keeps making those comments, it starts to bug you. So it's about having networks to educate the workplace. It's about having meetings and allowing people to talk about their culture. And it's about calling out bad practices. It's about creating a safe space. And it's not just about saying, we're going to create a culture where you can be authentic, but actually, I didn't like what you said, Virginia, so we're not going to listen to that bit today. So that you shut somebody down. So it is about actually really putting your money where your mouth is and saying and creating that real place. Because I see sometimes I get a lot of lip service. I get this, I'm going to do this Monday, I'm going to do it. And I go back 6 months later, a year later, and we're back to square one. Nothing's changed. You keep losing talent. And I always say to companies, you know what, you've invested in Hunter, you've paid for his training, you've done all this stuff now. So why you're going to lose him? Because you can't respect him and you can't celebrate his diversity and his difference. What is that about? So it is about calling that out. It is about actually saying, no, enough's enough. We need to have this conversation and actually really encourage our employers to have a inclusion diversity policy. Make sure that people have an understanding of different cultures in the workplace. And we can do things simple where sometimes, people bring in a dish from their culture. Food unites people. It's good to bring people together and have a conversation. And, you could talk about this is my mum's favorite dish or my grandma's dish or whatever it is, because I can promise you food unites people. It is great. And we have fears and we think, their food looks funny, it smells funny, it looks different. It is sometimes simple things like that we can do that can really make a difference.
I love what you said. Have you watched Padma Lakshmi's shows? She has a documentary series on Hulu. It's called Taste the Nation. And she does things like that where she brings food-centric conversations about intersectionality. I think food and culture sharings are the biggest way to empower us, right? I think that having a motive, having an activity-centered event or topic-centered event to create movement is the best way for people to have curiosity. And curiosity is the biggest catalyst for change. I think that, you spoke so well about recognizing the microaggressions in the workplace, educating others around us, allowing these folks that are, of different communities to share the culture, speaking up and creating that safe space. Creating the safe space is super important. And I'm glad you brought that. No performative actions, right? Holding those accountable. If your company is going to announce a change, hold them accountable. Follow up. Ask for the specific breakdown. Oh, can you share the roadmap to this? That's what we can do in our companies
and it's
to
also
truly create
about
that.
employers, because if I'm giving you a grant or giving you money, I want to know that actually that you're looking at a diverse workforce. Are you really recreating women? And it's not a tick box. I don't want you to say, oh yeah, well, I've got the white woman in my board now and I've done it. That's not what I want. I need that diversity. I want to know that you have done interviews based on merit, and it's not just a tick box exercise.
Exactly.
And we need companies to really take ownership of those things.
What's funny is that my biggest question is why. When I see a change or when I see an action announced, why and how? Why are we doing this now? I would like to understand what was in your mind. Oh, how are we going to do this? So that's what we could, the biggest things that you can do, even taking it back to basics, right? Kristen is asking, thank you for sharing. Kristen is asking the following question. What are strategies to find out if a potential employer is actually taking an active approach to sustaining DIB and safe space for intersectionality in the conversations that come to it? Interesting.
That's a really good question. And I think, you know what, I would look at their policies and procedures, because actually a lot of good companies, if you look at some of the big tech companies, the big banking companies, and lots of companies, they actually put their equality policies on the internet. They will tell you that they have a network. So for instance, the government in the UK or like PwC or something like that, big companies who are, very passionate about diversity, they have their policies and procedures on there. When you're looking for a job, look at the people that they've got in the company. Go and do a bit of research on LinkedIn. See, actually, do they have people that look like me? Do you think that they're going to do that? Because actually you will see that, and you will see that actually, you know what, they're really diverse. They're really represented. They've got women at the top. They've got a person of color at the top there. So actually, this is the kind of company that I want to work. So sometimes we have to do a little bit of research and digging ourselves. And one thing that I would like to say to everyone is, just before we kind of end, because I know that I'd love to have this conversation longer, and I know that there's other exciting calls coming on after us, but it is about, you be proud of who you are, as long as you're comfortable and sure of all your skills and you know what you're going to bring to the table. Don't be ashamed of being whatever you are, whatever, like somebody said, rainbow, whatever you want to be, you be. And if you do see bad microaggressions and discriminatory practices, call it out and report it, and make managers aware of this and say, look, you know what, this is against the law. We have laws in this country to protect you. We have laws in America and Britain, equality and diversity laws, and actually we have to follow them. So, these bad practices, we cannot have these.
No, 100%. I think that you hit the nail with everything. And biggest takeaways here: hold people accountable, hold leadership accountable. If you don't, people at startups in this conversation, I know there are a ton of you out there, ask to publicize policies. If you don't see anything, ask to show, ask to see, knock on doors, ask people that are in the roster or under people on the LinkedIn pages or companies. What's your story? What do you like about your job? What do you not? You have to make sure. I would love at this time, if you can post your, Mandy, how can we get a hold of you? How can we chat with you? Do you have any links?
Yeah, on LinkedIn, please follow me on Twitter and LinkedIn, and I will follow people back. And if people have got questions that we haven't been able to answer, I'm happy to answer those questions. Just want to say well done to the whole team, Power to Fly, another great event, and I'm really proud of you guys for celebrating Latino Month as well. And it's really important that we leave no one behind, that we level up the playing field, we make sure everyone has a seat at the table. And if you're in a position like me, send that elevator back down and bring somebody up behind you.
Yes, if you're in a position, please do that at any point, any stage, any place. Mandy, the pleasure is all ours. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wow. Thank you so much, Mandy and Virginia. Thank you for taking the time today, Mandy, and sending the elevator down to us. We appreciate you. That was absolutely incredible. I'm going to be liking and subscribing and rewatching all of your talks. And Virginia, thank you so much for, going back to back with fantastic questions and bringing your personal experience to what you do. I'm so grateful to be on the team with you. So thank you for being here as well.
Pleasure's all mine, and sending, light and empowerment to all the wonderful people in the audience.
Thank you, Virginia. Okay, friends, so if you're just joining us, we're in the midst of our summit today. We have so many great speakers, and I have the honor of chatting with our next speaker today. So this next topic, we're going to be talking about how more Latinas can break into STEM, and I have the great pleasure of chatting with our next speaker here. So we have our folks from Freddie Mac over here, and we have Julissa Pinto de Gracia, is an IT and business transformation executive with 15 years of international experience leading company-wide operational functions and large-scale projects. Now, she has achieved results and deployed projects in 10 countries across industries, including finance, energy, education, telecommunications, and IT, expertise in leading diverse multifunction groups, and in company business and technology. Thank you so much for being here. How are you today? It's good to see you.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I love that we got to chat the other day and get to say hello, and now we get to do our conversation. So thank you so much for making the time. So can you maybe just, I read a little bit of your bio there, but if you could, maybe share a little bit for our listeners here about your career journey and how you ended up at Freddie Mac, and maybe what brought you to that choice of being like, oh, I want to stay here, and we'll talk more about why you want to stay there later. But maybe just like, what were some of those steps to get you to where you are now?
Absolutely. So I'm originally from Panama. I come from a very traditional, family, mom, dad, my siblings growing up in Panama. And I always knew I wanted to be an engineer. I was one of those girls always playing with Lego. My parents weren't too happy with me because I was putting things together and then breaking them down and trying to put them back together, not always successfully. Yeah. So, but that it started early on, and then it continued. So I wanted to work for the Panama Canal, and I wanted to be a naval engineer. But because I was a woman, only men could actually study to become naval engineers. So I started my career as a mechanical engineer. I ended up doing a minor in naval engineering, but I was not able to become the naval engineer that I wanted to be. But I was able to work at the Panama Canal. There, I was working at the power plant. I was doing maintenance for an 18 megawatt diesel engine. But for me, as a woman in engineering, it was challenging. I always get to hear that I wasn't knowledgeable enough, or I didn't have enough experience. And I realized I was never going to be able to be in the management side, because they said, oh no, you're a pure engineer, you don't understand the business. So I made a decision, you know what, I'm going to get an MBA. And that way I'm going to be able to translate, technical to business and back and forth. And I ended up pursuing an MBA. So after I did my master's, that opened up a whole bunch of opportunities to go to other countries, to go and work at different companies. I was able to work for Yahoo, Microsoft. I've been all over the world. Literally, I was in the Middle East, I was in Europe, I worked in New Zealand, which was one of the best experiences that I have at a software company there. But then when it became time to start my family, I came back to the United States, and I had to take some time off, or I decided to take some time off to raise my kids. And that was a bit of a challenge going back, to the workforce, because I had some gaps in my resume. And I ended up working at Freddie Mac. So they were very flexible in the sense that, I was able to walk them through the reasons for the gaps. And I really like the mission of the company. So at Freddie Mac, we're making home possible. And for me, because I'm an immigrant, then I felt that having a home is so important to make people feel grounded. I belong. This is my home. So I immediately loved the mission and started working at Freddie Mac. And here I am, after 7 years later.
7 years. Here we are. It's amazing. Wow. Thank you so much for taking us through that journey through getting your MBA and working the Panama Canal and Yahoo and Microsoft and New Zealand. I would love to hear why that was one of your best experiences. And just like, oh my gosh, I was just like, all these colors were flying through my hair as you were describing your story. It's so incredible.
Thank
So
you.
I love too, you talked about like how it started early, with the Legos as a kid is really beautiful, just like it's something very early on that you had this impulse to do. And so then as you grew up a bit and you started to gather more knowledge, you had some experiences that were challenging. You described, you said how folks were saying, oh, because you're a woman you don't have the knowledge, which is just bonkers. And and then you seeked out more knowledge, but you already were capable probably of quite a bit, but you needed to, do these things in order to like check these boxes, right? So can you talk about, I would love to hear about, you've talked about being an immigrant as well and this intersectionality and like how, so you've done these different things, you have these experiences, but also how does your different, like your cultures that you've experienced help you and that you are a part of, like help you at work now? Like you have all of these well of experience now.
Sure. Since I've had the opportunity to work in many different countries and learning many different experiences from them, it definitely made me more sensitive. I'm much more open. I'm much more in tune with other cultures, and I always try to bring that and always respecting, always willing to learn, always happy to share also my own culture, and that's definitely been helpful even at the workforce, or actually especially at the workforce. So Freddie Mac, we are a majority minority company, so we're very diverse. So it's very helpful to have that understanding of the cultures and being embracing other cultures as well.
I love that. So what are some of can you describe like what your role at Freddie Mac is and how your leadership skills show up and what are maybe some of the role models you have as a leader that you're like, oh, that whether within Freddie Mac or outside of Freddie Mac that have inspired you to help guide you in your leadership skills?
Absolutely. So at Freddie Mac, what I do, I'm the director for program management. I manage a portfolio of different projects, programs, and issue resolution and issue management. It has a little bit of end user services, a little bit of infosec, and a little bit of governance. So it's a portfolio with several different projects. And we looked at everything from beginning to end, the creation, making sure that we are managing risks, we're managing issues, that we are reporting up, and that we're finishing things on time, on budget, on schedule. So that's the aim of the work that we're doing. In the enterprise and operations side of the house, which for Freddie Mac is what other companies will think of as IT. So that's what I do. In terms of my leadership style, it's interesting because most of the time I don't see myself as a leader. But the things that I like to do is I like to raise my hand. I like to take on challenges, and I like to bring my team and the people around me along with me and make sure that we're all delivering together. And you can consider that part of leadership, and trying to make sure that we're all driving towards the goals that we have in our group or as a company. And in terms of like people that I look up to, there's so many different examples, but for this one, I'm actually going to go with my grandmother. She was an early widow. She had 8 kids, so she, as a single mother, had to raise them all. And she was very adamant that they should never stop dreaming, that they could do anything and everything they wanted to do. And my mom passed that along to me as well. And I grew up thinking, believing, knowing that I could do anything that I wanted to do. And I still believe that.
Well, that's so beautiful and wonderful to have such a supportive mother.
Absolutely.
Oh, I love that. Can you, I want to turn back the clock a little bit here. You said you've been at Freddie Mac for about 7 years, and you described it as being a minority majority company. Did you know that when you were applying for the job? How was that onboarding process for you? What was that learning curve? Were you attracted to it because of that? Or did that happen to be like a happy coincidence? Like, talk to me about that journey.
So I knew that ahead of time. I did my homework before
Good.
applying to different companies. I started as a consultant. So when I became a full-time employee, I already knew the environment, I already knew the mission, I knew the work, and most importantly, I knew the people. And the people is one of the main assets, or is the main asset that we have as a company.
Mhm.
And definitely, I love the environment. I love the teamwork, and so that's how I ended up. That's how I ended up staying. So I was a CW first, and then an FTE, and I knew what Freddie stands for. I I'm pretty sure that most people know about Freddie Mac one way or another. So it was definitely a good company to have in my resume. So I'm so happy to be here.
Mm. And what keeps you there? So you knew about you said you mentioned too about like it's really a people business, right? And it's the team. So like what and I'm curious, like do you work remotely or do you go in, and what's that like? And like what like you're like, oh, I am looking forward to my day because blank at Freddie Mac today. Do you have those feelings?
Absolutely. So you had several questions in there. So the
Yes, that's
first
usually how
one,
I roll. Sorry.
so the first one about if I'm remote, I am 100% remote. So
Oh wow.
Freddie Mac has offices in many different areas in the country. Our headquarters is in McLean, Virginia. I was driving. I was waking up 4:30 in the morning, driving to Virginia, 3 days out of the week. So I would go there, spend some time, come back, and I was remote 2 days. And then during the pandemic, when everybody was remote, I actually applied to be a full-time remote employee, and it was approved. So I am working full-time remote from Philadelphia. I do, however, go to the office as needed. There definitely, if you have a planning session, if you want to do a whiteboarding, it gets not impossible, but it's challenging remote. So if we have a team events, even if we just have like a happy hour, some social gathering that want to attend, I still go to the office because I recognize the importance of having that face-to-face opportunity. But at the same time, by Freddie providing the flexibility of some employees being remote, it has opened up the opportunity to find talent all across the country. And to me, that's super valuable.
Hmm.
And what keeps me at Freddie Mac? So
Yes.
we have excellent benefits. I am not gonna lie. We have a lot of support for people that want to grow. I've been through several conferences. I'm getting some classes. I'm getting some of my team members are able to take credits from different universities, all that sponsored by Freddie Mac. If you're a first-time home buyer, Freddie Mac gives you a lot of support to make that happen. Freddie was helping me pay my student loans. Fortunately, I don't have a student loans anymore, but
Congratulations.
again, many yes, thank you. It's part of many of the benefits that Freddie has.
Oh,
And
yes.
what when I wake up and I say, oh, I want to work because of, okay, so some of those blanks, the flexibility, the opportunity to see the work that I'm doing actually being used in the past, and especially as a consultant, I will put together, material information that was shelved somewhere and it was not really used. Here, you have an idea, you have all the support to see it through from beginning to end. And to me, that's very valuable to see that you're an active contributor, to see that you can come up with good ideas and people are going to listen to you. And if you get enough people behind you, then you can turn that idea into a project and see it through. So that's something that I haven't experienced in many other places. So for sure you'll have that opportunity, at least in that's been my experience so far.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's a huge gift, right? It's a huge benefit, as you're talking about some of this, very practical benefits, but that's also just being able to have your voice heard and be able to take on leadership roles. That is a huge benefit, and not always the case at every company.
That's true.
Yeah. So I'd love to hear about too, I love hearing all about the ins and outs there of some of the things you enjoy at Freddie Mac. Are there also, because you're saying you're 100% remote, is there ways that you get to stay connected with other people on your team? And is there ways that you do that celebrate your intersectionality? Do you have, there's ERGs and affinity groups, and sometimes, here at Power to Fly, we have Slack channels, and every company does their own thing. What are some of the ways that you stay connected with some of the folks of, all the different colors of the rainbow over at Freddie Mac?
So the BRGs at Freddie Mac are very active. So we have several different BRGs. I myself belong to at least 3 or 4 of them. And there are always activities, and we can have hybrid get-togethers, or we can have in-person or fully virtual events. But we have a lot of activities, a lot of events. We also, how to stay connected with the team, we have daily stand-ups. So not a day goes by that I don't hear from my team. We have our channels. We are constantly connecting back and forth what's happening. We have the more formal channels where we are talking about projects, but then we have our team channels where we're talking about how's the weather in there, that somebody is having a birthday, and that kind of situation. So the fact that we are hybrid, it hasn't limited the interaction. It hasn't really stopped us from being connected and knowing what's going on with everybody. So that hasn't been a problem. But yeah, so in terms of intersectionality, we have women in technology, so check. Then we also have HOLA, which is our Hispanic Leadership Association, so check. We also have like if your thing is the environment, we have that. Then we also have activities that are not necessarily driven by BRGs, but if we want to go help build furniture for a house, or actually go help build a house, like we're part of, we have all those opportunities, and then it's volunteer based, so you can participate as little or as much as you want to in some of the activities that we have going on around work.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that there's activities that are recreational. It sounds like there's support, there's community service, there's different groups that you can connect with. And I love hearing how it's always refreshing to hear how the technology is actually helping bring people together, and not, it's easy for us to separate, but if the resources are there, we're actually able to come closer together, which is always encouraging. So, with the tech, constantly, like all of these different resources that we're talking about, they're all changing rapidly. There's a new app, probably thousands of new apps released on the App Store every day, and technology is constantly evolving in our lives. Can you share how you keep current? And, you mentioned Freddie Mac has resources if you want to grow and evolve. Can you speak more to potentially how that has helped you, and how you today still evolve and keep current and learn new things as everything keeps changing?
So you're absolutely right. With technology changing so rapidly, sometimes it's hard to keep up. So I like to do a lot of reading. I like to see what's going on. I get dedicated magazines that talk about what's happening in the world of technology. I also participate in conferences. At least twice a year, I'll be in a conference learning what's happening, what's new, what's different, what can we implement, what can we pick up and start using. And I'm not so quick to jump into the new technology right away. But at the same time, once we make a decision, this is the way that we're doing. I don't shy away from, getting my hands dirty, and try to get working right away. How things, how the new gadget works, and how can I apply it into the work that we're doing.
I love that. Yeah, I'm such a little, it's funny. I have such a relationship to tech where I'm constantly fascinated by it and I'm always reading about it. And yet then I have to dedicate parts of my day that have nothing to do with screens, nothing to do with tech, and go walk my dog and just like unplug. Are there things for you that help keep you balanced between that work-life balance and that like recharge you so that you're not always just like stuck in the work loop?
I like doing all kinds of activities. I have two kids, 9 and 12, and
That'll
they
keep you
like to be
busy.
outside. That definitely keeps me busy. We made the I don't I, we made the decision of purchase a historic home. It's 125 years old, and we're
Wow.
doing that renovation. Most of the renovation is being done by ourselves.
Oh,
So
cool.
I'm spending a lot of time, and not so far away from technology, let me tell you, because we rely a lot in the internet to figure out like how do you apply polyurethane on the floor. Oh, okay, that's what we do, and then we go and try it out. Okay, how can you remove 75-year-old wallpaper? Oh, okay, this is the way to do it. And so my work-life balance, it's spending family time and doing things that are not work related, but at the end of the day, it's home related. So I feel still connected to Freddie somehow.
Absolutely. Oh, you need to get a camera crew in there. You could have your own reality show. There's this great, personally, I want to see it because there's this great show that I love called Escape to the Chateau. I don't know if you're familiar with it, but you're living it right now.
So if I had a TV show, it would be called something like What Not to Do. These are the things to avoid here.
Yeah, that's very useful information.
There you go. Well, some people need to learn that way, There's like some people take advice, some others, like to learn the hard way. But yeah, for those that want to learn what not to do, talk to me. House renovation.
I mean, we learn by trial by fire, trial by error. It makes me think of one time I live in New York City. I think I shared that with you last time. And I was walking down the street and, you get these little moments when you live in a city and get to like eavesdrop on other people's conversations. And there was this parent walking their child, down the street, and the kid's just kind of yapping away. And I didn't hear what the kid said, but I heard the parent's response. And the parent said, "Oh, honey, you don't have to apologize for asking. There's no dumb questions. You don't have to ask a question. Apologize for asking that question, because every great discovery started with a question. And I just love that, because it's like, stay curious, make mistakes, and when you make, we were talking about your home renovation, but I've made mistakes in the workplace. Power to Fly has been very supportive here. I've had it at other jobs as well. When have you encountered mistakes, and do you feel comfortable to ask questions at Freddie Mac? And do you feel like you can help others when you witness them make a mistake, or maybe for yourself if something comes up?
So I definitely made tons and tons of mistakes. At work, we say, if you're going to fail, fail fast. So make sure that you figure out if this is not the right way to go, then switch direction, try to do it faster. But we are trying to change the culture towards being more open to making mistakes. And sometimes in our personal lives we do that, but at work it's still a little bit hard. Like I'm going to give an example. For us managing projects, we report the status of a project, very in a very easy way, the green, yellow, red, and people tend to avoid the yellow and the red, because then that brings a lot more questions, a lot more scrutiny, conversations. And we're trying to change that culture to say, hey, not because your project is yellow or your project is red, like you're in trouble. Like don't try to hide or change your status because it's important to know that there is something that we need to pay attention to. And by bringing up that I don't want to call it a mistake, but since we're talking about making mistakes, those issues, so then we can have the conversation, we can try to resolve it. Somebody else might have a great idea how to solve it, or just to bring the awareness. So we're trying to change that culture of like, you're gonna get in trouble if you make mistakes. So definitely trying to be more open. And to your question of like, if I see that we are very, very open to having the conversations. This is what happened. This is what you should have done. This is what you could have done. How do you think you wanted to do this moving forward? So start having the conversations and making sure that we don't expect perfection, because nobody's perfect. So the important thing is recognizing and try to avoid for the next time, so that we're learning, making sure that we're learning, and we're trying to avoid making the same mistakes. But we will continue to make mistakes. It's just how we're going to then turn those mistakes into learnings and avoid making them again.
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. I love that if you're going to fail fast. That's it's good. You know, another way I've heard a friend of mine refers to that is complete and continue. So it's like, okay, but the way to complete it, right, is exactly what you're talking about. If it's like the yellow or the red system that you're going to potentially maybe evolve, you know, like, but it's about having the conversation. Let's talk about it. Let's learn. And then so we can complete that instead of feel like, oh, I got to hide it. I don't want to like make a mistake.
Yeah, it was
Let's
me.
complete it so that we can continue and do a better job tomorrow, you know?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we have just a few minutes left, which time flies when you're having fun and learning great things about Freddie Mac and about you. Thank you so much for making the time today. I just adored chatting with you. Can you maybe share to our listeners, for folks that are interested in maybe making a home at Freddie Mac, what advice you could give to them if they're applying to Freddie Mac maybe for the first time or thinking about it?
So if you're applying for the first time, make sure you do your homework. There are plenty of opportunities all across Freddie Mac, and I'm sure you can find your niche in some of the areas. Then the other thing is, coming to Freddie Mac, you have an opportunity to explore the business side, technology, many different areas. So keep applying. So if the first time around didn't work out, keep applying. We have plenty of positions open. We have in many different areas, and just don't get discouraged. And another good way, you can get in contact with me, and I'll make sure to make time, and we can have a conversation, and we can explore opportunities together.
Oh, perfect. Thank you for mentioning that. We have some links that we're going to share in the chat too. What are you can shout them out, and we'll go ahead and drop them in for you. What are the best ways for folks to stay connected to you?
So LinkedIn is the best way. So you will not find another Julissa Pinto de Gracia in there. So just look me up and let's have a chat for sure.
I love that. I love that.
Then the other links that we're gonna put in there. So it's a chat room where you can learn more about Freddie Mac, and then careers.
Fantastic.
You'll see all the opportunities that are there.
Can you, thank you so much. And I hope folks do reach out. You know, Julissa is so fun to talk to. So please do reach out to her. A well of information and experience. And can you maybe with our last couple of minutes here, we're going to jump into a pre-record just so you know. So it's going to end right at the hour here. So it is going to cut us off. So in this last minute here, can you just share a little advice that you would give your past self, you know, that little kid making Legos, and then they're 10 and they're thinking about what they're going to do. And men are telling you that you're not smart enough because you're a woman or you're from this country and not that country. Like, what do you tell that little girl?
I will tell that little girl to keep dreaming, that don't get too frustrated if things don't happen the way you think they should happen, that there's more than one path to achieve those dreams, to achieve those goals. And even if you have to take a little break or divert a little bit, as long as you continue to follow that dream and that idea, just to keep going.
Beautiful. Well, thank you so much for making the time today. It was such a joy to talk to you. And I'm going to keep on dreaming. And thank you for sharing your dream with us. Okay.
Hunter, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Have a
All
good
right.
afternoon.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye now. Okay, friends, this pre-recording is about to start, and then we're going to have some more live chats right after that. So I hope you enjoy the next chat, and we'll see you soon. Hello and welcome back to the live events now. I hope you enjoyed that pre-record. Thank you so much for being here, y'all. So we're going to jump right into our next live panel. So if you do have questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We welcome your participation and your thoughts. So this next conversation, staying true to your cultural identity. Latinx folks are not a monolith, and there's no need to pretend to be a certain way just to fit in at work. Latinx linguistics, ethnic, and cultural plurality are the norm rather than the exception. So if you're wondering how to embrace your unique Latinx identity at work, this talk is for you, and I will pass the ball over to our moderator, Anastasia Robb, for introductions. Thank you, Anastasia. And thank you, panel, for being here.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Hunter. Wonderful. Well, let's definitely do some introductions right off the bat. Welcome, Renee, Michelle, Marie-Luz. We are so happy to have you here to talk about being culturally authentic in the workplace. And like I mentioned, let's start off. And could each of you introduce yourselves, tell us what you do at Autodesk, but more importantly, could each of you tell us a little bit about your cultural background? Michelle, do you mind going first?
Not at all.
Excellent.
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure being here. It's an honor representing Latino Autodesk. And as you know, my name is Michelle Castro. I am from Brazil. To be more specific, I'm from Rocinha, one of the biggest Islam in South America, Rio de Janeiro. And I am a singer as well. And I also play guitar. I've been living in Colorado since 2015. And with Autodesk, I started as a channel specialist in 2018. It's an entry-level position, and now I am a senior digital inside sales rep.
Brilliant, thank you. Renee, do you want to go next?
Sure. My name is Renee, and I've been with Autodesk for about 28 years. I grew up in the United States, but my roots are in Central America. My mother is from El Salvador, and my father is from Nicaragua. So my roots are deeply rooted in those countries.
Thank you, Renee. And I think your mic is doing something funky, so I'm not sure what that is, but just take a look so that we can hear you better during the conversation. Wonderful, welcome, thank you. Marie-Luz?
Hey folks, my name is Marie-Luz Blandon, and I've been at Autodesk a year and a half now. I'm a culture, diversity, and belonging business partner, and simply what that means is I'm an HR business partner, but my specialty is diversity, equity, and inclusion. I support one half of our organization, and then I have a colleague who supports the other half. And my family is from Colombia. I hold dual citizenship, so I'm a citizen of. I was born in the States, but I'm a dual citizen. And you know, of all the speaking engagements that I've done for Autodesk, this is the one that I'm most excited for, but also the most nervous about, because it's very personal and meaningful to me. So today I think I'm showing up here as less of a diversity practitioner and more of myself and me as a human being and as a Latinx person, an Afro-Latinx person in the workplace.
Wow, thanks for sharing that. And I totally get the nervousness when it's personal like that. You want to give, honor that experience and respect it. So thank you again for being here and allowing us to learn from all of y'all's stories and experiences. Excellent. Well, let's jump in to our first question, which is, how do you feel that your cultural background informs your professional identity? And I'm okay with whoever wants to take a stab at the question first. Feel free to jump in.
I can jump in. Can you hear me
Yeah.
better now?
Yes, that's perfect. Thanks,
Wonderful.
Renee.
So I think, and it was probably missed in my introduction, but growing up in the United States with my roots deeply into my Central American heritage, I really had to be able to be inclusive and make myself be included in other places, because I grew up with people who were grounded in the United States, right? And they didn't understand how I grew up. So very different. I grew up in a very Caucasian community. I was a bit of a unicorn. So I think that bringing that to Autodesk has helped me to include people where they felt excluded and include myself. So become a lot more assertive than maybe I would have been otherwise.
I love that. Michelle, I see you took yourself off mute.
No, I was just going back to where I was. But I think the professional lifestyle, it's very well aligned to your personal lifestyle, right? And that's beyond the cultural background for me, my point of view. So, like, for example, I am a go-get person, right? And in here you call that hard worker, but in South America, that's, I mean, from the place I am, all right? I am from that's how you have to be. You have to be like that. So I grew up having to fight every day. So, but that became my natural being, right? I'm not. I never felt like I was doing something extraordinary. So, but besides that, I think the biggest contribution that we as a multicultural, right, and multilingual people can give is being open for other cultures. I think I was never in a place that I was working with so many other people from another culture. So in Denver, my office, I work with like 17 different countries, people from 17 different countries. So I think the biggest contribution would be being open and more accessible and more inclusive to other cultures as well.
I love that. So the first being that a part of your cultural identity is being a go-getter, working hard, which naturally translates into your professional identity. But on top of that, right, you're able to interact with so many people who come from other cultures. That's
yes, correct.
As a part of it. That's beautiful. Marluz, what about you? How does your cultural background inform your professional identity?
You know, you'll often hear, specifically when it comes to being a diversity, equity, and inclusion practitioner, that lived experiences aren't what make you an expert. That, you need to have like practical knowledge, you have experiential knowledge, the bag of, I think, intellectual assets that you acquire over time. But I disagree with that. I think the thing that makes me most qualified to do this work is my identity and where I come from. I grew up in this really, really, really poor little city in Rhode Island. It's a 1 square mile. It's predominantly Latinx. It's where Viola Davis is from. And I think just given what you were supposed to be and where I wound up, it gave me a great appreciation for understanding that what are the most important determinants of whether or not you're going to have access to elements associated with a good life is dignified employment. And so I just really felt like, being in the professional industry, not necessarily having, wound up in a factory the way my parents did, has changed my life, and it's changed my family's life. And I want to advocate for that, what to me is a basic human right within the context of the workplace. And But bottom line, it's, I'm here to get people paid. I say that jokingly, but also true, because I come from a family and an environment and a culture and a region where people don't get paid. So I want people getting paid.
Yeah, absolutely. We should all be making lots of sounds. Snaps is like, where is my unmute button? Thank you, Marluz. I love that so much. Let's sort of, build on top of that and into your specific experience at Autodesk. How has your cultural identity been perceived in work environments that are maybe not as DIB focused as Autodesk? You've already kind of touched on that a little bit, Marluz, but I'd love to expand on that.
Yeah, I think, this work has evolved a lot over the span of 20 years that I've been doing it. But I will say that, at least, again, I'm speaking from perspective of a Latinx person in the workplace, as an intersectional Latinx person, as we all are. I think you come into any work setting and you try to find your people, right? And when there's a lack of focus on inclusion and on, our theme, if you can see on Renee and Michelle's screens for Latinx History this month, that Autodesk is bringing diversity to the table. But when you're in spaces and institutions and workplaces where the diversity of Latinidad isn't understood or celebrated, you get clustered, right? Your community, Latinos, get clustered into one. And so you may come in to work and you think, okay, I found my people, I'm going to try and connect. But maybe you're not even included within your own, you feel excluded even within your own, what the world tells you is supposed to be your community. And I think that can feel incredibly lonely. And it also makes you question everything you ever thought you knew about yourself and I think the value that you brought from the perspective of a Latinx person.
I'd love to jump in on that as well, if that's okay, because I feel the same, Mariluz. I've actually been with Autodesk for 28 years. So I was here before we had all of the diversity, just all of the focus on diversity, right? So I was clustered with my fellow Latinos there, right? We were in an entry-level position, but I didn't totally fit with them because I wasn't an immigrant, right? I grew up in this country. So I would say to the outside folks at Autodesk way back when, I was seen as very assertive and loud, right? That's totally my culture right there in a nutshell, assertive and loud. But I do think it helped me to grow, and I got to bring diversity to the table within Autodesk. I've been part of different diversity initiatives here, so I'm proud of that.
And what about you, Michelle? How has your cultural identity been perceived in work environments that are maybe not as DIB focused?
Well, it's been, I totally relate to what Mariluz and then Renee said. I've been in the United States for 7 years only, right? But every time I go back home, I feel weird. And I go back every year. I try to go back once a year. And I love going back home because that's the way that I have to recharge my identity, right? Identity. And when I come back here, I feel weird too. So it's a very uncomfortable place to be in terms of trying to find who you are. It's very uncomfortable, but it's also positive, I would say, because that puts you in a place that you would not be thinking deeply of what is your sorry, it's missing the word. What is your value? Like, what do you bring into this world? So I still don't know. I like we had the chance to talk previously. Identity, when we talk about identity in Latino and Afro-Latino, which is my case, it's a subject to spend the whole month, year talking about, and you might not find the answer. So it's just great to be in a place that you can at least struggle with that.
Yeah, that is, I completely agree with what Michelle said, because I can tell you that just grappling with being forced, being forced into this position where you maneuver through this world and it doesn't matter where you go, but you're going to get the question, what are you?
Yeah.
And it feels like your answer is never satisfactory to anyone.
Yeah.
And so it forces you to go, oh, well, what am I? Right? I grew up, my parents, you know, with a lot of pride in being Colombian, but also not presenting the way that a lot of Colombians do, at least in at least that's what I was told growing up. And so it makes you go, okay, well, I need to understand what's at the root of this. What are you? And everyone's confusion about where I come from, and it pushes you to dig. And I think, to Michelle's point, that like those very like challenging, heartbreaking times also make you reflect on your own value. And you know, the title of this talk is owning your cultural identity, and I think that's precisely it. It's about, no one gets to tell me what I am, right? No one gets to do that, and I don't have to give anybody a satisfactory answer. It's okay if I decide that I'm not, quite frankly, going to even use the term Latino, right? I'm going to say I am, you know, intersectionally indigenous and of Afro descent. It's okay if you still don't know. It's okay if you don't want to arrive at a definition. It is about it's about taking your own agency back and not letting other people say, this is what you are and what you aren't, because I think we're always going to come across others who will try to gatekeep identity for whatever reason. So it's about saying, no, you don't get to do that.
It's incredible because also in the process, you've developed such a muscle of like, of just like questioning and having that self-awareness, which is a power in and of itself, that, you know, translates to obviously how you go about in the world, including in the workplace, which I think ties back into Michelle's point of like, how does my cultural background or identity reflect in a professional environment? Well, I'm just like instinctually like can interact with people from diverse backgrounds and include them because I get it from just your own experience, and always like practicing that, which is amazing. Thank you for sharing that. You know, how did you know that Autodesk was the kind of place where you could show up as yourself culturally without having to maybe code switch or assimilate to some sort of monolithic Latinidad? You know, Renee, do you maybe want to go first?
Yeah, I've been here a really long time, right?
Yeah.
Autodesk has always been, had kind of a family first mentality, right? So to me, that identified with my culture completely. Family is always first. So I've stayed a long time at this company, right? And I've been able to grow and succeed being the only Latina in my spaces, right? I work with engineering teams, and I think I might be the only the only person with my background in those teams. So now I even forgot the question. I was so passionate about it.
No, I mean, it's so impressive. The question was, how did you know that Autodesk was the kind of place where you could show up as yourself, essentially?
it is that family first mentality, the ability to be myself. I don't know that I've ever changed, maybe speaking to a VP or something where I got nervous, but I don't know that I've ever changed who I am. I was able to grow from someone who answered phones in customer service, and now I'm a director of a team of business analysts, right? And I got to do that being myself. I feel like I was authentic the whole time. You got the real me every single time. And I don't know that I could have been comfortable doing that. Well, I've been here 28 years, so I haven't tried, but I have been comfortable doing that here. So that's how I knew.
That is super impressive and very satisfying that you could go through such a growth journey within one company, knowing that it's like you get to just be yourself. Amazing. Michelle Marluz.
I did not know, but I know every day now. Every day I know when I still can make connections, even after they hear my accent, or I say something stupid because it makes sense in my own language, but not in English. Or when I have like weird behave, like, oh, do you want to come over to my place for barbecue like tomorrow? And they were like, oh, okay, let's give a try. So I know every day by little things, that that shows the acceptance, if that's a word. See, look at me. That they show every day, every day, every day.
I love that so much. Wow.
Yeah. Same as Michelle. I didn't know, right? I mean, I knew I came in tasked with doing the work of making others feel included, right? And I got a sense for the people, and you know, in the interview process was treated with a lot of care. But you never know, because as a and this is true for any person of an underrepresented group, you enter spaces fundamentally believing that you don't belong, and so you just assume like that's going to be the case everywhere you go. But I think, to Michelle's point, there's this reinforcement of belonging that I do experience every day at Autodesk. And I'm not just saying this because I am here to represent them, but to say, you know, we talk a lot about psychological safety at Autodesk, and psychological safety is very, very important, and still it's an outcome, right? It's a passive, or at the very least, it should be this passive feeling that you don't even have to think about, because you are always feeling psychologically safe. But I think I almost want to answer this question also in the context of how I think we all need to treat one another. And it's not for us. We don't bestow psychological safety on other people, right? We bestow other things that lead to that psychological safety, right? It's psychological dignity, it's psychological respect, it's psychological agency, right? So that we engage in discourse and dialogue with our colleagues, where the spaces are jointly negotiated, where we don't approach conversations or problem solving or decision making from a place of dominance, right? Or by that I mean cultural dominance, but really, I think conversations that make people feel uplifted, and in that, then you yourself, if you're on the receiving end, and I hope most people are, or everyone is, then you feel safe, and then you're like not blocked. So you show up as yourself, and you show up as your best self, and you perform, and you're innovative, and so yeah, I think it's a matter of, I didn't know, but now, like to Michelle's point, now I do, and there's these little sort of miraculous moments that you experience, where you think, wow, this, you know, I just had an interaction with someone, and it's clear that they really see me, that they really value me, that they care about how I maneuver in my day-to-day Autodesk life.
Just one thing, because there are two different things, right? We have the company that advertise themselves like, we are open mind, we are diverse. We are whatever. But one thing is like, what do you say you are? And another thing is what you are in actions, right? And I have this sentence. It's a Brazilian writer that I love. It's very hard to translate into English, but it's like, viver ultrapassa qualquer entendimento. So you can have an understanding of something, but when you experience in that overcomes any writing. So that's my experience at Autodesk. I every day experience inclusion. I every day experience diversity. Every day they are very nice to me and very patient with my accent and English grammar mistakes, little mistakes. So that's great, and that's great because you learn also that what you can do, it's more than speaking English the same way as a native.
Thank you, Michelle, and I'm so glad we got to hear you speak your first language, I guess you could say. I think,
yeah.
right?
My mother language, Portuguese.
Beautiful.
Okay,
Mother language.
Brazil, we
There
speak
go.
Portuguese.
Nice. We actually have a Portuguese talk today, which is pretty cool.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Well, okay. In the 4 minutes that we have left, I'd love to get into a little bit of from your perspectives, and each of you come from, you know, totally different kind of teams from Autodesk. How do you think that Autodesk has created this type of environment? Like that, the how, and I know Marluz, you're coming at it from, the practitioner's perspective, but I'd love to hear also from, folks who you make up the workplace, you make it into what it is as well, Michelle and Renee, and would love to hear your perspective too.
So I'm a hiring manager, and I used to be in the finance department. We had a really great diversity and belonging crew there, which I belong to. And I think just helping to open everyone's eyes, right? We need to interview diverse candidates. We need to ensure that, I don't know, I don't want anyone to have a bias against our diverse candidates, right? So it's super important to me. And I think it's become very important to Autodesk as a whole, that when we're interviewing people, we're interviewing like-minded in the diversity space, right? So we want to pull in more Latino candidates, more Black candidates. It's really important. And I think that has happened. It feels like in the last 5 years, there's been a lot of importance put on it. Yeah, I think that's it for me.
Hiring manager's perspective, super, super important. There's a lot of influence and power there. Thank you, Renee. Michelle, Marie-Luz, how do you think, Autodesk goes about creating this kind of environment?
I think selfishly, I'm going to let Michelle go first because I want to know.
Okay.
To my benefit to hear it from her.
From my point of view, right, from my chair, from what I've seen since I started, I think that it started inside of the company. When we start seeing recognition, when we start seeing more women in the leadership position, more Black people, more, it started inside of the company. And I believe that the movement kind of made people like me feel comfortable. And like Renee, like she started in an entry level position, but she probably saw like movements like, hey, we have more women managing, we have more Black people directing, and I think when we start seeing that and we start dreaming like I can do that too, it's close, it's not that far, that impacts your productivity, because you sure it's for sure achievable. So you want to do a great job because you know that someone is going to see it, and you're not going to need to beg them, please give me a raise, please look to what I'm doing, please. So when you see this kind of behavior coming from the top, I think that is that is when the change starts.
Yeah, that's a good, I think I would say quickly that the way that I know we're creating inclusive spaces is that we've done all this work, but every day we know we have a really long way to go.
That's awesome. What a good way to close us out. Y'all are incredible. Thank you so much for sitting down and having this conversation. From our community, from Power to Fly, and personally myself, thank you so much for this talk.
Thank you, folks. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you all. Thank you, Team Autodesk and Anastasia. And we're just going to keep on moving into our next chat, everyone. Next up, we have fostering authentic diversity. Now, as an advocate for higher education equality, Jasmine Duckworth knows an inclusive space when she sees it, and how to ensure that diversity is authentic, not performative. Once a 13-year-old Peruvian immigrant to the US, now a sourcing manager for the global talent acquisition team at Expedia. In this talk, Jasmine will share key points in her journey and her ingredients for fostering authentic diversity, including recruitment strategies. And this conversation will be moderated by our very own Wendy Walker. And a little bit about Wendy is a U.S. attorney turned SaaS customer success professional. There's a mouthful for you. Say that 5 times fast. Born in Argentina, an Argentinian. Her skills bridge the gap between American companies and the Argentine technology community. And in her current role as the implementation project manager, she helps human resource departments at enterprise organizations implement bespoke talent acquisition software. And with that, I'll pass it over to you two. Thank you both so much.
Hi, Jasmine. Thanks for joining us today.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you for having me.
Awesome. Well, we are thrilled to have you, and we are really looking forward to hearing about how to foster authentic diversity. So this summit is meant to highlight the diversity of Latinidad. And so I thought we could dive right into it and start with you. Tell us kind of about your cultural background and what Hunter referenced, your family's move to the US.
Yes, so I am humbled to be in this space and to have the opportunity to just share my story. And Wendy, we both talked about a little bit about our stories as well. I know you and your family make your way from the US to South America. My family and I made our way from Peru, South America to the US. And again, thank you for choosing a wonderful place that is so rich and it comes with so much culture. So I think this will be like my plug. If you have not visited Peru or South America, please visit. It's beautiful. But just sharing a little bit more about why we came to this country. I was 13, as you mentioned, and like a lot of the stories of dreamers and first gens, my parents sought a better life for themselves, for myself as well. I've seen so many hardships in Peru. Their small business was failing. The economy wasn't getting any better. There were all these what ifs about their future, my future as their child. So they left everything behind. They came to this country, leaving everything from like family, degrees, the culture, norms, everything. And they became part of the working class here and actually in California. That's where our journey started, in Long Beach, California, to be exact. And a city, and I would say like a state, not foreign to diversity. Being Peruvians, we actually felt as a minority within the Latinx Hispanic community. We didn't have a big presence as a Peruvian community in California, and growing up and just being able to be there, the child as an immigrant and not having a network to be able to tap in. My parents were able to just tap into their small network that they had at the moment continue to build that community and being able to find jobs through them. And that was amazing. And then for me, learning the language, learning, a new space and being a teen at the time and just tapping into the Mexican American community that was so big in California. And I think that I focused a lot on building relationships at that young age.
Thank you for that background and, really sharing your story with us. So we talked about this, moving to another country kind of on the other side of the world, basically, is never easy. And I'm sure at 13, that was, even harder. I have been there on the other side of things, having to learn a new language, deal with, a new culture and how people act, what the social codes are. And it's never an easy experience. And I have to say, I have flown over Peru a bunch. It is on my bucket list to do some mountain climbing there. So you'll have to give me some recs. But I really want to dig into what you mentioned, kind of being a minority within a Latinx majority. So it's true that the Latinx culture is such a big tent of, all the different Latino cultures within it. So kind of tell us a little bit more, what was that experience like? You mentioned like building a network within the Mexican community there in Long Beach, but how was that experience for you?
Yeah, so I think I started noticing a lot of, like the diversity within the Latinx community once I came here, once I met different groups of people, and I think I saw the opportunity to find what like our commonalities, like our similarities among us, and then be able to see that even though that maybe we would say the same word and it would mean different things, from different countries. And just like, I think we coming and sharing food, sharing about our experiences, our parents, and all of that, I think that was like something that was really helpful for me to find that community. And like you mentioned, and feeling that even though that I was new to this place, that I can count on different people who spoke the same language in a way, and push me to see that there's so much out there for me to explore. And that was like the hope, that my parents wanted me to have, like those opportunities, that network, that community, and learning so much. And I think like it goes back to me with growing up here and being able to see that a lot of people were having opportunities and having different jobs. And then I started wondering as well, because a part of my childhood in California, I actually was undocumented and I didn't have a lot of opportunities. And I thought that even though my parents had all these hopes and dreams for me at the time, and I was just like, but I feel that I want to do all those different things, but I also feel a little limited. So I wanted to build that community to also learn about their own journeys and seeing that they could be opportunities for me as well, even at the time that I didn't have, that I felt that I didn't have those in place.
Yeah, and that is a huge blocker. The US legal system is a beast. And, being a teenager in that situation, kind of, seeing this huge system, it really helps to have that community that you built there to kind of help you out and help your family out as they kind of adapt and grow into the new culture. I want to turn a little bit, as some of these experiences, particularly in education, really kind of like lit a spark for you, and kind of talk about your experiences in higher education and how that motivated you throughout your career. Could you tell us about what your experiences and how that kind of motivated you to talk about inclusivity within education?
Yes. So as we know, education opens a lot of doors, and that's where I really, really focused on. I was like, I have the power to have the education that I want here. And for me to be able to open those doors for myself, for my family, for others. And something that I started noticing like on my transition to high school was that even though I had built that community within the Mexican American community, and also that Black community in Long Beach, California. And at the time I was thinking, why are we talking about college? Why aren't we talking about like majors and everything? Because that was part of like the norm in Peru growing up. Like they don't really ask you if you're going to college. It's like, okay, what are you majoring in? Where do you want to go? Where are you studying? So I was like, why are these conversations not happening? And I think I started questioning a lot. And then I started thinking as well, maybe because the leaders that we see right now, they're accessible to us and visible to us, like they don't really look like us. Are they really representing us? Are they thinking about, our own experiences, our own journey, like everything that we bring into our work, our studies? And so it made me think that maybe it's not possible for us to be in a position of leadership because we're not the ones making those decisions, because they're not including us in a way. But I was like, how do we get there? How do we break those barriers? How do we like take like opportunities and really hone in into like this non-traditional path that we're living in? And I think that pushed me to like get really involved with a community. I was like, I know through like service and through volunteering, it's such a uniting force that no matter like, your color, no matter your language, like you just come together and do a lot of volunteer work that matters. And I think I started like tapping into that network, like community service and engagement and all of that. And it really helped me see that through this opportunity, we can bring others in. So that's the opportunity I took once I got to college, and I got involved into business organization. And I started being part of the board and doing a lot of community service within those organizations, that I knew that it was possible for me to continue that work and be able to extend those opportunities and bring people together. And in one of those events was where I met a powerful Latina who was just making waves, and she didn't really care that she had an accent, and she's like, I am powerful. I can make all these connections. And she was really about bringing in opportunities, bringing others with her, and making conferences. She was the president of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in Long Beach at the time. And I saw myself in her, and I was like, I want to be able to learn so much from her. So I sent her a message. I told her, I want to learn from you. I want to be able to just hear what you're doing. And yeah, so I sent her a Facebook message at the time, and I was like, I just want to be able to be in your network. And she took me under her wing. She not only like told me, Jasmine, like you can learn from me. She told me, it's like, nope, you're going to work with me. And so she's the one who really like opened those opportunities for me. And yeah, so I think like the power of education, the power of service, like there's so many ways, we can continue to like bring others with you and build those opportunities, especially when people who look like us are thinking about us and just bringing us to the table, bringing chairs to make that table bigger. And I think that's what really matters.
I love that. So first of all, I love your like ganas, your will to go out there and look for those leaders that look like you. You didn't, immediately see within the educational system leaders that look like you, and you went out there and built that community. You knocked on doors, you sent those Facebook messages to, leaders you hadn't met before. And, that's not easy. It's kind of an intimidating experience. But I really love that purpose of building the community. So, not only were these doors open for you, but then you could go on and through your work, open those doors for other people. We talked a little bit about a program that you spearheaded with this leader that you mentioned. Do you want to tell us more about the program that you led? I think it's around internships.
Yes, so I started working with her. I was part of events, and I think I mentioned this to you, but she told me, Jasmine, she didn't say like, are you ready, to just speak in front of 200 people or like continue to build partnerships with top 500, companies. Like she pushed me out there and I just did it. And I think that was incredible. And she also trusted in like my strengths and my skills. And and we partnered together and we're like, okay, there's so much opportunity within Casa Long Beach because there's a lot of Latinos, there's a lot of like Black students that we can continue to foster it and mentor. So we created a mentorship program that actually helped build that bridge between like the students who were there, who wanted to continue to get involved, who wanted to get mentorship from executives across Southern California, like businesses and companies. And we were able to create that. And so it was around like a 3-month opportunity. And then from there, they actually receive a lot of internships. I think the light just turned off in the office. I think it should be coming on. I'm so sorry. And so I think like that opportunity itself just opened those doors, and for people to believe that through this, that they would be able to not only like build those relationships, because at the end of the day, it's like building those relationships, but knowing that the opportunities exist, and there were other leaders who were also Latinos, who were also Hispanic, just coming in and be able to build that, partnership with them, taking them under the wing, like same thing as the president, Sandy is her name, and just took me in and to do this work in partnership. They also did that for a lot of the students at Casa Long Beach at the time.
I love that. So you went from, as you mentioned, being undocumented to giving talks in front of 200 people, a huge shift. And you also developed a mentorship program to give the same back to your community. I read on LinkedIn the other day how people having a wide network of people of different socioeconomic statuses, different places in the country, really having that diverse network of people can help upward social mobility so much. So really giving your community those connections to leaders in companies and organizations can really help them get ahead. So you open those doors not only for yourself, but for so many people in your community. And I want to flag here, you were nominated for a 30 Under 30 award. So you started this at a really young age. Congrats.
Thank you, Andy. And I think, that work, like I said, it motivated me to be that person for others. And I think that it didn't let me feel that, even though at the time when I was a teen, I felt that maybe the opportunities wouldn't open themselves, for me or for others who were in the same situation. That actually pushed me to even try harder to find those opportunities for others. And then it was the president of the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce who nominated me for that award. And I was, I received that award, and I was just so humble and so happy to be able to be that person for others and continuing to open, those doors and those opportunities.
I love that. Thank you for sharing that journey. And in fact, that kind of helped you transition into talent acquisition. You were actually working in the talent acquisition space for Teach for America, kind of helping build that next generation of educators.
Yeah, so I actually, all of that work, and I had a friend in my network, and she told me, Jasmine, you've been doing a lot of mentorship programs, recruiting and speaking in front of audiences and all of that, and doing a lot of meaningful work for the community, especially for minorities. Would you be interested in joining the recruiting team at Teach for America? And I was like, yes, I want to be able to be part of that work. I joined, and it provided me the opportunity to not only be part of the recruiting team, starting as a recruiter, but also make my way. And I was there for 5 years, and being able to also recruit at my alma mater. So all full circle here, and be able to connect with the students that I was, at the time, like a few years ago, like a few years before, I was one of them. And just knowing that I wanted to share those opportunities with them, and we had a lot of opportunities for them. And also we not only like that program that we had available, like through internships, through like full-time positions, like that was available for residents, for DACA member. So it opened like so many opportunities that I thought would be great, for me to share with others and for them to see that they could, this could be the opportunity for them too.
I love that. So really bringing that back full circle to where you went to school and, helping recruit that next generation of educators. But let's shift gears a little bit, because now you're here on behalf of Expedia Group, which is our platinum sponsor of the summit. So shout out to Expedia Group for sponsoring. And so you're fairly new to Expedia Group. So we have a lot of people listening on the line. Audience, of course, we'd love to get your questions for Jasmine. Please pop them in the chat. But I thought you could tell us a little bit about what was the candidate experience like at Expedia Group. Tell us more about what the journey was to join the team there.
Yeah, so if you're considering a career with Expedia Group, I want to tell you that it exists, the opportunity exists for us here. I've been keeping my eye on Expedia Group for a bit and just thinking about everything that, like my passions. I love traveling. I love like opening opportunities. They do a lot of IND work. And I think like it comes back to the mission. Like it's about strengthening connections and being able to provide, like, empower global travel, for everyone, not a certain group, not a certain race, it's like for everyone globally. So I think like I was interested in that. And my first conversation was with an amazing sourcer, and she mentioned to me, Jasmine, there's so many opportunities here. There's like endless opportunities for growth. And that really resonated with me. I wanted to be part of a company that promotes growth, that can bring your skills, can bring your experiences, your background, and make it a value for themselves, for the company, for others as well. And I think that's what really resonated me, that the message was so inclusive. And throughout like my interviews, because with the sourcing screening, and then you get to talk to the hiring manager, and I'm able to learn a little bit more about the work, about what they're looking for. And I think like I have the opportunity to do that. And my hiring manager interview was with a Latino, and he told me like so many things about the opportunities here. It's like, Jasmine, we are doing this so well. There's so many opportunities for, for us to continue to grow here. And that helped me think that there is a seat for me there. There is a position for me there. And then through all the interviews that I had after that, I kept hearing about the values, about the opportunity to build community. People were really keen to like hear more about my own journey and my experiences. And they were just really listening, like actively listening of everything you're doing, no matter if like you had a non-traditional path, no matter if like you at the time, like I was in non-tech, like I was not part of the tech sector, you're bringing in all of these transferable skills, you're bringing in all of these experiences, and it's going to help us, make our team better. And I think that's the same messaging that I heard like throughout the interviews. And I wanted to be part of this work. I wanted us to be able to continue this. And once I was given the opportunity, I was extremely, happy and feeling blessed that I had the opportunity to be that person for others again, and be in that space in this global company that I know that I can connect with others and let them know about my story. It doesn't matter, what color of skin you have, it doesn't matter, like if your background, doesn't matter if you were undocumented at the time, doesn't matter if you have a non-traditional path, it doesn't matter if you still have an accent, like you have a place, in this space. And I think that's what motivates me every day, that to be able to be that person for others. And since my conversation from my sourcer, and her name is Lissy, and I always quote her because she was the one who, provided me that support throughout the process. And now I get to work with her and get to work with an amazing, team of sourcers and learn, so much from them, and just helps me like become a better person and a leader too.
I love that, kind of taking what you learned and sharing that message again with the talent you're working with, telling them that there's nothing that you can stop them. These kind of imagined barriers in our head, where we're from, our education. I've never worked in tech before. All of these are fears, but we can overcome them and move forward, make that difference. So I love to hear how you're sharing that. So I had the pleasure of speaking with Expedia Group a couple months back, and I learned about the amazing ERG culture that y'all have there. I was speaking with the team about your disabilities and neurodivergence ERG. So I wanted to check in, are you active in any ERGs or other initiatives there at EG?
Yes, so on day 2 of my Expedia Group journey, I got to meet the president of the Austin chapter for LEAD, which is our Latinx inclusion group. She welcomed me. She spotted me from, I would say, a few meters. And then she kind of like invited me into that space. They were having like their first event. And I wanted to be part of that space. I wanted to be part of that community. And I slacked there. This time it was not Facebook. This time was Slack. I slacked there. And I told her that I wanted to be part of the work, learn from her and what she was doing. And she welcomed me into the board. And I joined the board 1 month, a few weeks into the role and at EG. And ever since that time, I feel like I had the opportunity to learn so much about our IBGs, and they're doing incredible work. They're doing amazing work. This past month, as we know, it was Latinx and Hispanic Heritage Month. And I knew that we were going to be so busy. We were going to do a lot of planning, and a lot of amazing things happened. We were able to collaborate with other companies and bring in and we had like the Latina Leadership Summit a few weeks ago. We had an incredible attendance from externally, internally as well. And so this, just to mention to you, there's again, going back into, if we want to create our own journey and drive our career forward, we can at EG. There's so many opportunities, and also continue to build, those relationships and honing in your strengths. My number one strength is relator. So I try to leverage that and build relationships with people that I feel that I can learn so much from, and then open those doors for others. And so going back, I got involved in the Latinx IBG. I was able to partner with so many members there and so many people within the IBG. The global chapter has grown so much. This past year, it has grown like 35%, I believe. Wow. So it's huge for the lead IBG at EG, and then just being able to really, continue that work with others and bring it in. Since I'm part of GTA, the Global Talent Acquisition team, like, what are the things that I can do to build that bridge and bring more members and be able to create those opportunities for other Latinx candidates as well? And so yeah, there's so much work in progress, and there's so many things that we're trying to do in the future as well, to be able to continue to connect with other Latinx candidates, and be able to bring them in and for them to hear about our stories too.
I love that. I'm sure last month was busy with Hispanic Heritage Month, but this is really something that continues all year long. This isn't just a month to celebrate, it's kind of living this Latinx, the Hispanic culture throughout the year. So I'm so glad you can share that as a relator. So final question. So we've talked a lot about authentic diversity. And I've seen like bad examples of performative diversity, like I'm thinking the British Bake Off show the other day, but how do you know that EG is a space, has created a space that for you, where diversity is authentic and not just performative?
I think because the culture of inclusion, like it starts from the top and from leaders having that conversation and make it a priority. And at EG, that's what's been happening. And we've been able to even though those conversations they're bringing us into, what are ideas? What are the things that we should be doing? There are different programs and pilots, like I said, on day 2, I joined the LEAD, which is the Latinx IBG. A few weeks in, I was able to be part of that board. And then for also within 2 weeks, one of the leaders invited me to go to Seattle and be part of a diversity sourcing program. And I was like, okay, I'll do it. I'll join. And I think it takes that conversation, it takes that inclusion of like asking me for my ideas and what do I think, and then what are the opportunities that I would see in that space, and just bringing me in, even though I was on week 2 at the time. And I think that was so powerful for me to be able to share with the team, and just for them to be able to create a space that it's the opportunity to bring others, and my experiences were valued at the time. And I think it goes back to like all the conversations that have been happening like across IBGs and the people team and onboarding, and every team is held to the same goals. We want to be able to continue to bring in diversity. We want to be able to work with our communities. And that's not only on the executive team. It's not only, it's on every person. We're all held to that goal, and we're all held accountable to be able to get there. And that work continues. And just having those conversations is so important.
Thanks so much for that, Jasmine. And hear more from Jasmine team in the virtual job fair. Expedia Group will be there this Thursday at 10 a.m. Eastern. So thanks so much. It's back to Hunter and the team. We'll be in touch.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine, and thank you, Wendy, for that powerful conversation. Okay, friends, we're going to just keep on steaming forward to our next chat. And I just want to let you all know on our next chat, just so you know, there's a pre-record right after you. So right at the half hour, you will get cut off. So I just want you to know that. So maybe end a minute early, just so we don't want to lose you mid-conversation, because I have no power. The robots are in control. I cannot do it. It's preset, predetermined. So that housekeeping out of the way, how to gain respect as a leader. Now, positions alone won't gain respect, particularly for those leaders from historically excluded groups. In this Portuguese language talk, Power to Fly's own Jessica Hollander, product manager, will address how to cultivate authority in a male-dominated field, how to gain respect from teams that you don't directly manage, and she will share her journey in product leadership. Now, this chat will be moderated and co-chatted by Elvira Bauer, which I'm so excited to have them here, part of the team. We got to chat a little bit before, so glad to see you here. And away you go. Have a great chat.
Well, I'm going to start it in English, but I will switch para português. Então, vamos começar. Jéssica, imensamente prazer de estarmos aqui. Cara, a gente entende muito bem essa dor de viver na área de produtos. Eu estou iniciando o meu primeiro Chat and Learning aqui, mas eu trabalho aqui no Brasil também como Product Manager, então num nível mais júnior do que o nível da Jéssica, por enquanto, até que a Jéssica atualmente ela é minha mentora, então estou muito feliz de ela estar aqui me auxiliando. Então, acho que a gente divide algumas dores, né, Jéssica, de como ganhar essa influência, como ganhar esse respeito. Me fala um pouquinho aí da sua experiência, como foi a transição de carreira, iniciar dentro da área de produtos.
Perfeito. Foi bem diferente do que eu esperava. Na verdade, eu achei que eu ia trabalhar com coisas bem diferentes. Eu comecei minha carreira trabalhando, ajudando minha mãe, dando treinamento de atendimento para manobrista e também atendimento para cabeleireira, principalmente. Para manobrista, bem ou mal, quando eu me colocava ali na frente de um monte de manobristas, que aqui no Brasil é uma profissão muito dominada pelos homens, e principalmente as poucas mulheres que eu encontrava nos treinamentos que eu dava, eu já me sentia ali um pouco mais confortável, mas eu precisava, bem ou mal, naquela posição, já exercer uma liderança como mulher, sob um grupo extremamente masculino, em muitos casos machistas, também até na questão da direção, porque, infelizmente, aqui no Brasil, eu não sei como é nos outros países da América Latina, mas a gente tem uma questão muito grande com mulher na direção e um machismo nesse meio, então eu acabei que a minha primeira posição de liderança foi dando treinamento, então me colocando ali num palco de alguma forma e tendo que ser ouvida por esse grupo. Então, eu acho que eu já tive uma introdução na liderança no meio machista antes de migrar para a tecnologia, mas a minha transição foi saindo da área de comunicação. Então, antes disso, depois disso, depois que eu tive essa experiência de liderança, né, nesse meio, eu trabalhei com comunicação, eu trabalhei com cinema, fiz muito filme voluntário, até consegui ganhar dinheiro com isso, mas chegou uma hora que eu percebi que não tinha o impacto que eu queria causar, e eu comecei a perceber que o impacto da tecnologia é muito mais acessível e transformador do que eu interpretei ser o impacto da comunicação naquele momento, naquele contexto que eu vivia. Então, eu comecei a estudar né, como que transformar através da tecnologia, o impacto que você consegue ter. Eu sempre fui muito ligada a propósito, eu tinha entrado em comunicação com esse propósito de causar um impacto através da comunicação, vi que não era tão fácil fazer um filme que mudasse a cabeça das pessoas, e cheguei à conclusão de que tecnologia era um bom caminho. E aí eu comecei a estudar Python no YouTube, ralei pra caramba, entrei nesse meio, muitos homens no primeiro estágio que eu tive, exatamente, eu era a única mulher do meu grupo, do meu entorno, e foi nesse primeiro estágio que eu me destaquei e me falaram, olha, você tem oportunidade de trabalhar muito bem como Product Owner, então dá para falar muito bem sobre como que nesse contexto, num time só com homens, eu já consegui mostrar ali que eu tinha uma chance de liderança interessante a ponto de me convidarem para trabalhar como PO.
Cara, incrível isso. Realmente, infelizmente, acho que aqui no Brasil a gente tem sempre que atravessar não atravessar muitos obstáculos para conseguir um pouco de notoriedade, né? Então, quanto mais intersecções que você está inserido, duplamente você tem essa energia e essa força a ser colocada para você atravessar, né? E, cara, como, assim, você passou para a liderança, né, sendo líder, você percebeu como essa percepção, tanto de colocar mais esforço, de como entender que as suas próprias experiências podem ajudar os outros em relação a isso?
Sim, eu percebi uma mudança quando eu me tornei líder, de como as pessoas me percebiam. A parte mais difícil era a hora de explicar minhas ideias e fazer com que o time comprasse, topasse minhas ideias. E principalmente quando eu trazia uma proposta técnica, até porque eu não era formada em tecnologia, eu tinha aprendido a programar no YouTube. Então, quando eu trazia propostas técnicas, mesmo que elas fizessem sentido, eu tinha que ter um esforço triplo ali, porque não só mulher, mas não tendo feito a faculdade de tecnologia, eu precisava explicar muito bem, e acontecia aquele clássico, né, de vem um homem e fala a mesma coisa. Então, quando esse tipo de coisa acontecia, eu muito educadamente eu falava, sim, exatamente, é isso que eu estava querendo dizer, vocês não entenderam o que foi isso, né? Então, eu acho que a dica que eu tenho para dar vão acontecer os momentos das interrupções, vão acontecer os momentos em que não vão te escutar, seja porque você é mulher, ou seja, qualquer outro grupo que você pertence que não é tão escutado numa reunião normalmente. E meu conselho da forma mais, eu vou usar a palavra educada, e até uma palavra que eu nem gosto muito, que é polida possível, porque isso vai ao seu favor, você fala com muita, quase que inocência no dizer, né? Sim, isso que eu quis dizer, vocês não entenderam? O que não ficou claro? Mas foi exatamente isso que eu quis dizer. E aí você vai construindo em cima e você vai se dando esse espaço da forma mais educada possível. E eu acho que uma dica para todo mundo que se vê nessa situação, e que eu precisei muito, é um livro que muita gente deve conhecer, do Rosenberg, chamado Comunicação Não Violenta. Esse livro, eu tracei a minha carreira assim usando esse livro, que é como você conquistar as pessoas, ser escutado através da vulnerabilidade de um discurso não violento e colocando a pessoa num espaço em que ela se sente bem-vinda por você, e aí quando ela gosta de você, aí ela te respeita muito mais, te escuta muito mais. E esse livro, assim, eu usei muito no dia a dia do trabalho. Ele não é feito para trabalho, ele é feito até para conflitos internacionais e de família, mas deu muito certo para aprender a ser ouvida pelo time.
Concordo plenamente. Eu li esse livro quando eu trabalhava com atendimento, então, antes da minha transição, né? E realmente, eu acho que é outro conselho também que a gente pode, principalmente você dizer, cara, quando a gente tem essas conversas que são cruciais, tem essas interrupções, como a gente tem essa vontade de rebater, mas também de respirar muito fundo e, beleza, vamos ser polidos e vou colocar a pessoa para ela mesma se entender na posição dela, né? Então, cara, é isso mesmo que eu quis dizer, né? E tudo mais. Então, eu passo muito por isso, né, dentro da minha experiência também, então eu super entendo. Você já teve alguma conversa muito crucial em relação a ter esses problemas? Não sei se alguém também tenha tido, pode colocar no chat para a gente poder discutir também, fiquem à vontade. Eu passei por alguns momentos desse. O que você daria de conselho quando a gente tem essas situações que são problemáticas para que tem o entendimento se entende com o gênero feminino ou com qualquer outro, né, dentro das nossas interseccionalidades, não binário, ou uma pessoa trans? Manter a calma, respirar fundo, como que a gente pode fazer esse caminho?
Sim, eu passei por isso de uma forma mais grave, assim, a ponto de ter que ter uma conversa séria com alguém só uma vez. Do resto, acho que, não sei se foi eu que aprendi e comecei a melhorar minha relação, mas depois disso, eu vi que depois dessa conversa as coisas começaram a melhorar e até mesmo mudando de emprego, eu não passei por uma situação tão ruim àquele ponto, mas teve uma vez, sim, que eu fui, né, tão não escutada a ponto de que valia a pena ter uma conversa séria. Nesse caso, foi também nesse tipo de reunião que você está propondo uma ideia, mas foi mais sério no nível de que eu propus a mesma ideia por, acho que foram algumas reuniões seguidas, algumas semanas seguidas, que eu vinha propondo exatamente essa ideia, e as pessoas escutavam a ideia detalhe por detalhe, rebatiam e discordavam dos pontos detalhe por detalhe, e aí chegou uma reunião que um homem chegou e repetiu as mesmas coisas, os mesmos detalhes, assim, igualzinho, de um jeito que eu não acreditei, e todo mundo concordou. E aí, né, eu fiz o de sempre, né, muito educadamente, mas, gente, foi exatamente o que eu venho falando para vocês. Não está fazendo sentido isso aqui, né? Por que que vocês não entenderam o que eu falei? E aí, o mais interessante que aconteceu ali na hora foi que eles ficaram bem mais reativos do que eu esperava. Eu sempre fui polida, né? E eles ficaram reativos, mais de um, e falaram: não, você não falou isso? Como assim? Que absurdo, a gente teria escutado. Então eu precisei sentar com calma, mostrar. E o que foi legal dessa conversa foi que aí eles viram o tamanho do problema e o tamanho, né, do tamanho do problema de ser ignorado e de não ser escutado, a ponto de que eles genuinamente achavam que eu não tinha falado nada disso, e voltando nas conversas e voltando na documentação e eu explicando novamente, eles, né, naquele sentido de quebrar a cara, perceberam, caramba, a gente, mesmo não mal intencionados, a gente não escutou e a gente ainda foi reativo. E depois que isso aconteceu, eu fiquei tão calejada, e foi a primeira vez que eu vi, caramba, isso foi porque eu sou mulher, foi a vez que mais doeu, assim. E dessa vez, assim, o conselho que eu tenho para quem passa por isso com muito mais frequência, porque como eu falei bem ou mal, eu já fui aprendendo a ser líder num ambiente muito masculino desde muito cedo, desde minha primeira experiência profissional. Minha mãe me ensinou muita coisa, né? Consegui ali aprender com a própria mamãe. Mas para quem não teve essa experiência e ainda está passando por essas conversas difíceis, a minha principal dica é você compartilhar muito conhecimento. Porque quanto mais você compartilha conhecimento, mais autoridade você constrói com o time, fora daquele contexto de reunião, e eles vão te escutar mesmo assim, porque agora eles já conhecem o seu conhecimento. E foi isso que eu comecei a fazer nas outras empresas. Não lembra que eu falei, depois eu fui passando menos por isso? Porque aí depois, em todos os lugares que eu entrava, eu fiz questão de que as pessoas me conhecessem e soubessem o que eu sei. Fiz questão de que soubessem o que eu sei. Então, eu comecei a compartilhar conhecimento, a compartilhar mais a minha história. Eu acho que eu não vou só falar aqui por mulher, eu vou falar como mulher e como eu imagino que aconteça para muitos grupos não representados. A gente tem muita dificuldade de se valorizar, de reconhecer nossas conquistas, a nossa trajetória e tudo que a gente já fez que torna a gente qualificado para o nosso trabalho, né? Então, eu comecei a levar isso mais a sério. Quando eu estiver entrando numa empresa, quando eu estiver começando uma reunião, por que eu tenho embasamento para estar nesse cargo? Por que eu tenho embasamento para liderar essa reunião? Qual a minha experiência prévia com isso? Porque quando eu dava esse embasamento na reunião, eu não era mais só a mulher da reunião, eu era a pessoa que viveu aquela experiência, a pessoa que já fez isso, que já estudou sobre aquilo. E aí, quando eu trazia e compartilhava esse conhecimento e dava esse contexto, eu já me botava ali, né, mais um degrau à frente. É claro que muitos homens ali não vão precisar se colocar esse degrau à frente, muita gente não vai precisar subir essa escadinha e se dar essa autoridade para ser escutado, mas eu percebi que para mim era um jeito que funcionava muito bem e de uma forma muito educada, então eu não precisei construir aquela autoridade sacrificando, por exemplo, a minha forma de ser, mudando o meu tom de voz, eu consegui fazer isso mantendo essa autenticidade de quem eu sou.
Perfeito. Até mesmo era uma das perguntas que eu já ia encabeçar, né? Já ia introduzir. E realmente isso é algo, eu acho que tem um tempo para a gente trabalhar nisso, cara, como eu posso manter a minha autenticidade e ao mesmo tempo minimamente se ter um respeito e desse respeito a gente conseguir trabalhar a construção dos laços e nessa construção dos laços que a gente tem, como influenciar, aí realmente fazer o nosso papel de pessoa líder, né? Então, putz, foi através muito de mostrar essa vulnerabilidade, então, da construção e do conhecimento, é que aí que a gente percebe, né, que a Jéssica falou, que ela conseguiu trabalhar nisso, isso eu acho extremamente valioso, isso é algo que eu também estou fazendo aos pouquinhos, e eu compartilho com todos também, é uma ótima estratégia. Não só uma estratégia, mas eu acho que é uma forma até mesmo fluida que a gente faz, tranquila, e se isso provém de você mesmo, né? E, putz, eu queria também saber, além dessa abordagem de compartilhamento de conhecimento, quais outras abordagens que você trabalhou, as estratégias para conquistar essas pessoas? Não conquistar, né, de fato, mas, putz, para realmente essa construção de laços, né? Antes que alguém me entenda mal sobre conquistar aqui.
Não, perfeito, é exatamente isso. Tem algumas estratégias, eu já usei várias. Eu diria que a primeira estratégia de todas é construção do relacionamento com cada membro do time. Então, às vezes, a gente entra num time, a gente acha que está sendo simpática ali, amiga, mas você não conheceu cada um individualmente e construiu uma relação com cada pessoa do time. Isso faz toda a diferença. Então, eu sempre começo por isso. Quando eu entro num time novo, eu marco 1 hora de conversa comigo e com cada membro do time, não importa o quão grande for o time, e eu converso mesmo e eu foco aquela reunião mais em ouvir, porque a gente gosta de falar também, né? Todo mundo gosta ali em algum nível de falar sobre si mesmo, mas essa reunião eu uso muito mais para escutar e para perguntar. É claro que eu tenho ali estrategicamente que eu vou falar as minhas conquistas, né? O que me deu qualificação para aquele trabalho, vou acrescentar coisas da minha vida pessoal para causar alguma simpatia, para encontrar coisas em comum, mas o principal é dedicar tempo para ouvir, porque quando a pessoa vê que chegou uma pessoa nova, que vai assumir uma posição de liderança, que está interessada em ouvir o que você tem a dizer, você gosta muito mais desse líder. Então, é muito bom você criar esse espaço e para cada membro do time eles verem, caramba, essa minha nova líder, ela está genuinamente interessada em quem eu sou como pessoa, em quem eu sou como profissional. E nessa conversa, por mais que você não vai ser alguém que vai ser gestora dessa pessoa, pergunta o que ela quer de carreira, onde ela quer chegar. Porque você sabendo isso como um líder, você consegue, na hora de organizar, no meu caso, eu organizo as tarefas que as pessoas vão fazer, eu consigo passar para ela tarefas que têm mais a ver com a trajetória que ela quer seguir e dar feedbacks para a gestora dela, né? Porque eu acabo dando feedback para a gestora nessa posição, que tem a ver com o caminho que essa pessoa quer seguir. Isso é muito importante, você cria ali um laço muito bom. A outra coisa que eu acho muito importante é trabalhar muito propósito com o time. Então, a segunda coisa que eu faço eu alinho a estratégia com o time. Se eu entrei numa área nova, e a área não tem estratégia, eu defino uma estratégia, mas eu faço questão de que quando eu estou entrando, todo o time sabe o que a gente vai fazer, onde a gente quer chegar, qual é a nossa missão, para que todo mundo esteja trabalhando junto numa direção e animado mesmo. E eu vou calibrando isso. Eu olho na reunião, enquanto eu apresento a estratégia, o pessoal está animado? Eles estão engajados? Se eles não estão engajados, aí, honestidade, pergunta, gente, não achei vocês muito animados, tem algum problema aqui? Então, sempre mantendo essa comunicação, sendo receptiva, ouvindo o time e trazendo esse propósito, essa motivação e uma estratégia muito clara. Eu já falei de compartilhar conhecimento, então não vou entrar em detalhes, mas compartilhar conhecimento é muito importante. E outra coisa muito importante é tentar evitar mandar e sempre propor. E aí eu gosto de dizer que a diferença de mandar e propor é que quando você manda, você não dá nenhum contexto, nenhum fundamento. E quando você propõe, você traz como uma sugestão muito bem embasada, e você ainda dá outra opção, né? Você dá ali duas opções, ó. Dado tudo isso, a gente tem duas opções, essa ou aquela. E, obviamente, a pessoa vai acabar indo na que você viu ali que faz mais sentido, e assim, é um jeito de você envolver a pessoa no que ela tem que fazer, ao invés de ela tem que fazer porque ela tem que fazer. E aí ela percebe que ela chegou junto com você àquela conclusão do que tem que ser feito, e fica muito mais engajada em trabalhar naquilo, e muito mais receptiva a trabalhar, né, e a escutar a sua liderança. E a última coisa que eu tenho a dizer é também saber a hora de dar a palavra final e ser firme. Eu acho que isso é muito importante. Vão ter pessoas que vão ser exageradas para esse lado, ser firme demais o tempo todo e tentar exercer a autoridade através, né, dessa força no tom de voz, em tudo, e sempre ter a palavra final e mandar. E vão ter as pessoas que vão exercer a liderança tentando ser o melhor amigo, e você tem que achar esse meio termo, em que você é receptivo, mas você sabe a hora de dar a palavra final e falar, gente, olha, é muito boa conversa, mas eu preciso tomar uma decisão, a minha decisão é essa, por esse motivo, e agora a gente vai seguir todo mundo unido com essa decisão.
Perfeito. Eu acho não, são abordagens muito boas, e eu entendo que também tem um tempo da gente ir colocando essas abordagens, principalmente quando a gente entra num local muito novo, né? Porque a gente tem a nossa curva de aprendizado, e ao mesmo tempo que tem essa curva de aprendizado de entender talvez o serviço, o produto que você vai trabalhar, e até mesmo a curva de você, cara, construir tudo isso. Você já sentiu que, mesmo você trabalhando em alguma dessas estratégias, você não obteve o resultado que você esperava?
Sim, já aconteceu. E nesses casos eu conversei com o time para entender por quê, né? Eu falei, olha, e eu fui muito sincera, eu falei, olha, e falei com cada um individualmente, olha, eu tô tentando melhorar a relação com o time, eu tô vendo frustração, eu tô vendo problema, não tô vendo o time engajado, e para entender o porquê. E você aprende muito quando você faz isso. E eu me coloquei numa posição de vulnerabilidade e pedi ajuda também. E falei, olha, é novo para mim, eu estou entrando aqui agora, eu estou perdendo alguma coisa, faltou algo, por que isso aconteceu? E quando você se abre e você assume o erro e assume que não deu certo e chama o time para te ajudar a resolver o problema, aí sim que o pessoal engaja mesmo. E foi muito bom ver isso acontecer. Naquele caso específico, eu não recebi uma resposta muito óbvia do tipo, obrigada por ter falado, Jéssica. É isso aqui que está errado, por isso que a gente não está engajado. Era um problema muito maior de cultura, de estrutura de empresa, de relação de meta, tinha um monte de coisa. Eu não consegui resolver na hora, mas eu entendi o problema e eu percebi que eu não ia conseguir mudar de uma vez só a moral do time e que por mais que eles não estavam tão engajados e motivados ali naquele contexto, eles estavam alinhados com a estratégia, estavam felizes com o meu trabalho e sabiam que a gente estava num caminho melhor. Então, é muito importante você alinhar isso, porque às vezes você leva no pessoal e acha que o time não está comprado com a sua liderança, quando às vezes o problema é totalmente externo a você. E se não for externo a você, se for relacionado à sua liderança, foi ali que você abriu mão de escutar. E aí tem que assumir a responsabilidade de ouvir, de anotar, de entender, de pedir exemplos reais para você realmente entender e resolver e trabalhar esse problema. E eu recomendo levar para o seu gestor sempre. Todo o problema que eu recebia, feedback, tem gente que esconde do gestor, não vou mostrar para o meu gestor porque vai dar ruim, porque aí vou ser demitida, né, não vão querer me promover. Mas não, você precisa, tem que falar, isso aí, Elvira, tem que falar para o gestor, porque é muito importante, é assim que a gente cresce. E uma pessoa que assume os erros e que percebe os erros e que quer melhorar é uma pessoa que todo mundo vai querer manter.
Com certeza, é uma pessoa que está em constante evolução e também está sempre tentando se entender, né, em diversas situações, que com certeza tem muitas que vão nos tirar da nossa zona de conforto, né? E eu entendo que você sendo uma pessoa líder, cara, assim, pelo menos na minha percepção, eu só tenho a minha liderança por influência, eu não tenho uma liderança direta sobre as pessoas, essa liderança sobre influência de produtos. A gente consegue falar um pouquinho dessa diferença para o pessoal, já que a gente está falando sobre esses dois tipos de liderança? Às vezes pode causar muita dúvida, né?
Sim, exatamente. Você pode ser líder por influência e você pode ser líder por uma autoridade que já foi dada a você, né? Então, Se você é gestora de alguém, então, que significa que você é responsável por promover essa pessoa, demitir essa pessoa, fez o onboarding dela, essa pessoa responde diretamente para você, então você sempre vai ter uma autoridade com essa pessoa que é vertical ali da empresa. A empresa estabeleceu que você responde a essa pessoa e que ela é sua líder. Agora, a outra liderança, que é por influência, sim, você pode ser um líder que é gestor direto de alguém, mas influencia essa pessoa também, e aí você é um bom gestor, porque você, além de gestor, lidera por influência. Como você pode estar no mesmo nível da pessoa, ou até um nível abaixo da pessoa, mas você lidera por influência, ou seja, você conduz o caminho dessa pessoa. Então, vamos falar que liderar aqui seria essa pessoa, as atividades dela vão ser em função de um propósito que você trouxe, então ela vai trabalhar para o seu propósito, por isso que ela é considerada liderada por você, apesar de você estar abaixo ou no mesmo nível, porque você é capaz de, com o seu discurso, com as fundamentações que você traz, o seu caráter, tudo, a relação que você constrói, influenciar e direcionar aquela pessoa a trabalhar naquele propósito que você precisa que ela trabalhe. Então, essa seria a diferença, mas os dois podem existir ao mesmo tempo. É possível você ter aquela autoridade vertical e, ao mesmo tempo, fazer uma boa liderança por influência também.
Concordo plenamente. E eu entendo que, sendo uma pessoa líder, a gente, principalmente eu ainda não tive essa experiência, mas eu entendo que é 2 vezes mais, né? Então, a gente lidera de uma forma direta e também tem uma influência muito grande, principalmente quando a gente fala sobre área de produtos, né? A gente entende que tem uma influência em larga escala, a gente tem uma grande influência no nosso time, com certeza, trabalhando com os desenvolvedores, trabalhando com o pessoal de design, trabalhando com talvez outras áreas que podem estar, quem sabe alguém de analytics, caso tenha, né? Então, e ao mesmo tempo ter uma liderança direta, às vezes sendo um lead product manager, né? Então, como você conseguiria conciliar essas duas coisas de uma forma positiva? O que é considerado positivo de ter essa boa liderança e essa boa influência?
Sim.
Como se fosse um conselho para todo mundo aqui, né? Desculpa.
Não, tranquilo. O que muda quando você assume as duas posições é que você tem uma responsabilidade muito maior, que é dar um feedback que vai estar diretamente relacionado com o crescimento de carreira dessa pessoa. Então, eu diria que a sua atitude, o seu trabalho, no geral, não muda. O que muda é que aumenta a sua responsabilidade pelo crescimento dessa pessoa. Então, os feedbacks têm que ser, assim, não vou dizer mais sinceros, porque o ideal é que seja sempre sincero, mas se tiver que ser duro, é você que vai ter que dar. Quando você vira gestora da pessoa, se ela performar mal com outra pessoa do time, vão chegar para você e falar para você, olha, tal pessoa do seu time fez isso de errado. E aí você vai ter que ter um momento muito difícil de trazer para essa pessoa do seu time um feedback que veio de fora, né? E aí que começam as coisas ficarem um pouco mais complicadas. Então, é essa responsabilidade a mais que você recebe, que é você diretamente responsável pelo crescimento e pelas metas dessa pessoa, e você é diretamente responsável também por dar qualquer tipo de feedback mais duro que possa vir, não necessariamente de você, mas de outra pessoa, mesmo que você discorde, você tem o dever de dar, e, obviamente, tomar as decisões difíceis de promoção ou demissão, né, que também são muito importantes de sempre considerar. Às vezes é uma realocação, uma mudança de responsabilidade, e aí isso também entra ali na conta.
Concordo. Se alguém quiser compartilhar a experiência no chat em relação a isso, a gente pode trazer e a gente pode trabalhar um pouquinho aqui também, mas eu acho que pegando um link, né, linkando isso a esse papo, já trazendo uma outra situação, qual o conselho que você daria para essas conversas cruciais, essas conversas difíceis, por exemplo, quando vem algum feedback, cara, foi um feedback negativo, a pessoa não conseguiu performar com alguém, teve algum atrito, ou, putz, a pessoa não parece que ela está feliz no atual momento dela, da empresa. Como a gente pode trabalhar isso sendo de uma forma, putz, sim, difícil, mas não que possa impactar, às vezes, a nível da saúde mental, ou até mesmo diminuir mais o engajamento dela?
Então, para essas dicas, tem várias dicas. A primeira é leiam o livro Comunicação Não Violenta, porque é um livro que você consegue usar para conversas difíceis de modo geral, ele é um coringa. Mas, principalmente para feedback, tem 3 coisas principais. Saber a melhor forma de dar, que é, isso vai ser uma conversa por vídeo, vai ser presencial, Vai ser uma ligação? Vai ser por mensagem? O que é melhor para essa pessoa no contexto dela? E como que eu posso dar no melhor momento possível, mesmo se for por mensagem, que ela pode ler quando ela quiser, quando que é um momento que eu posso mandar, que vai ser um bom momento, né? Então, quantas reuniões a pessoa tem naquele dia? Ela está estressada? Olha tudo isso, dá uma olhada na situação. Dá para esperar ou não dá? E se dá para esperar, espera um momento que você acha que aquela pessoa vai estar melhor preparada para escutar aquele feedback. O segundo conselho é, antes de dar o feedback, dá uma abertura para a pessoa falar, porque às vezes aconteceu alguma coisa ali que você está tentando trazer que a pessoa já está sentindo. Então, antes do feedback começar, faz um check-in, pergunta como você está, porque aí você consegue sondar se tem alguma coisa que você tem que saber que você não sabia, você sonda, você entende que está tudo bem, você vê, é um bom momento para eu seguir a conversa, ou não, nesse check-in ela já trouxe um monte de coisa, vou deixar a conversa para depois. Está acabando o nosso tempo, acho que tem só mais um minuto, não sei se a gente vai ser cortadas, eu queria deixar mais uma dica que é como mulheres na liderança ou latinas na liderança, construam um time diverso. Acho que esse é o conselho final. Então, se você está numa posição de liderança, que você está escolhendo quem você vai contratar, quem você vai promover, lembra da diversidade no seu time e de trazer isso em primeiro lugar e treinar e preparar e mentorar.
Bem, acredito que nosso tempo acabou. Agradeço muito a oportunidade, o papo. Espero a gente ter trazido um pouquinho diversos dicas, conselhos e experiências, né? Então, muito obrigado. Thank you very much for everyone here. So, bye bye.
Thank you both so much. Thank you for that conversation. It was great to hear you and see you here. And now, without further ado, I believe our pre-recording is probably already live and going at it. So we have this as our last chat for today, and we'll do a little wrap up after this conversation. So I hope you all enjoy. Okay, friends, I hope you enjoyed that last conversation and all of the chats today. Please do check out our merch store. There is some awesome Summit swag. All of it goes to a great cause. Please do check that out. And know that tomorrow we have another full day of summits starting at 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, going all the way until the afternoon, just like today. Excuse me. So I hope to see you there, and I hope you enjoyed today and have a great rest of your day. Thanks so much, and we'll see you tomorrow.